Good morning. Welcome to Sonnetfest 2024. Those of you who didn't realize you were going to be part of this event, and those of you who are joining us online, actually in a live stream, happy Valentine's Day. First off, we're excited to be relaunching this event as Shakespeare at Notre Dame for the first time since 2015, actually. This event was born in 2010, the brainchild of a PhD student at that time, Miriam Zomarodian, and she wanted to bring the campus community together on Valentine's Day by exploring Shakespeare's really many musings on love here, all 154 sonnets. We did this for the first 5 years at the Great Hall of O'Shaughnessy. So we're excited to be bringing it into quite a different space today, and we hope you'll be a part of that as well. There are sonnets available. If you're interested in reading one, you can sign up at the table just here to my right, and we will hook you up and give you a pretty specific time as to when that sonnet will be read as well. So this event is grown beyond just the College of Arts and Letters. We're actually, engaging folks like Mayor James Mueller will be here today as a featured reader, as well as Provost Sean McGreevy and Dean Sarah Mastillo from the College of Arts and Letters. We're thrilled to welcome them here to the Hagerty stage in the Duncan Student Center. And we're going to read these sonnets sequentially, so from number 1 to 154. So each sonnet is about a minute or two to read, right? So we anticipate that the event will go from right now until about a little after 2:30 p.m. today. And then finally, what we're really excited about is on this stage at 5 p.m. tonight, we're hosting a performance with Devon Glover, who's also known as the Sonnet Man. And Devon has brought the love sonnets, about 50 of the 154 sonnets, into conversation with hip hop. So he's going to be up here performing from about 5 till 6 or 6:30 this afternoon. So we invite you to join us then as well during the dinner rush here in Duncan. So a huge thank you to everyone who helped to bring this event together, the team here at Shakespeare at Notre Dame, Devin Sanchez Osorio, and everyone at Student Activities who was instrumental in helping us to bring the event to this stage, as well as Alex and Brandon from EventsThis, who are dealing with all things technical and our live stream and everything else. We appreciate you very much. So without further ado, let's welcome our first reader, who is Jennifer Burkett. She is our 23-24 Shakespeare at Notre Dame postdoctoral fellow. So take it away.
Okay. Sonnet number 1. From fairest creatures we desire increase, that thereby beauty's rose might never die. But, as the riper should by time decrease, his tender air might bear his memory. But thou, contracted to thine own bright eyes, feedest thy light's flame with self-substantial fuel, making a famine where abundance lies, thyself thy foe, to thy sweet self too cruel. Thou that art now the world's fresh ornament, and only herald to the gaudy spring, within thine own bud buryest thy content and, tender churl, makest waste in miserdy. Pity the world, or else this glutton be, to eat the world's due by the grave and thee. Thank you. Sonnet number 2. When 40 winters shall besiege thy brow, and dig deep trenches in thy beauty's field, thy youth's proud livery, so gazed on now, will be tattered weed of small worth held. Then, being asked where all thy beauty lies, where all the treasure of thy lusty days, to say, within thine own deep sunken eyes, were an all-eating shame and thriftless praise. How much more praise deserved thy beauty's use? If thou couldst answer, this fair child of mine shall sum my count and make my old excuse, proving his beauty by succession thine. This were to be new made when thou art old, and see thy blood warm when thou feelest it cold. Sonnet 3. Look in thy glass, and tell the face thou viewest, now is the time that face should form another. Whose fresh repair, if now thou not renewest, thou dost beguile the world, unbless some mother. For where is she so fair, whose uneared wound disdains the tillage of thy husbandry? Or who is he so fond will be the tomb of his self-love to stop posterity? Thou art thy mother's glass, and she in thee calls back the lovely April of her prime. So thou, through windows of thine age, shalt see, despite of wrinkles, this thy golden time. But if thou live, remembered not to be, die single, and thine image dies with thee. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Jason Comerford. I'm the Audience Development Manager for Shakespeare at Notre Dame, and I'll be reading Sonnets 4, 5, and 6. Unthrifty loveliness, why dost thou spend upon thyself thy beauty's legacy? Nature's bequest gives nothing but doth lend, and being frank, she lends to those are free. Then, beauteous miser, why dost thou abuse the bounteous largesse given thee to give? Profitless usurer, why dost thou use so great a sum of sums, yet canst not live? For having traffic with thyself alone, thou of thyself, thy sweet self, dost deceive. Then how, when nature calls to thee to be gone, what acceptable audit canst thou leave? Thy unused beauty must be tombed with thee, which, used, lives the executor to be. Thank you. Sonnet 5. Those hours that with gentle work did frame the lovely gaze where every eye doth dwell, will play the tyrants to the very same, and that unfair which fairly doth excel. For never resting time leads summer on to hideous winter, and confounds him there. Sap checked with frost, and lusty leaves quite gone, beauty o'ersnowed, and bareness everywhere. Then were not summer's distillation left, a liquid prisoner, pent in walls of glass. Beauty's effect with beauty were bereft, nor it nor no remembrance what it was, but flowers distilled, though they with winter meet, least but their show, their substance still lives sweet. Sonnet 6. Then let not winter's ragged hand deface in thee thy summer, ere thou be distilled. Make some sweet vial, treasure thou some place with beauty's treasure, ere it be self-killed. That use is not forbidden usury, which happies those that pay the willing loan. That's for thyself to breed another thee, or 10 times happier, be it 10 for 1. 10 times thyself were happier than thou art. If 10 of thine 10 times refigure thee, then what could death do, if thou shouldst depart, leaving thee living in posterity? Be not self-willed, for thou art too much fair to be death's conquest, and make worms thine hair.
I never introduced myself earlier. I'm Scott Jackson. I'm the Executive Artistic Director of Shakespeare at Notre Dame. Sonnet 7. Lo, in the Orient, when the gracious light lifts up his burning head, each under eye doth homage to his new appearing sight, serving with looks his sacred majesty. And having climbed the steep up heavenly hill, resembling strong youth in his middle age, yet mortal looks adore his beauty still, attending on his golden pilgrimage. But when from highmost pitch, with weary ear, like feeble age he reeleth from the day, the eyes, for duteous now converted are, from his low track and look another way. So thou, thyself, outgoing in thy noon, unlooked on diest, unless thou get a son. Sonnet 8. Music to hear, Why hearest thou music sadly? Sweets with sweets war not, joy delights in joy. Why lovest thou that which thou receivest not gladly, or else receivest with pleasure thine annoy? If the true concord of well-tuned sounds by unions married do offend thine ear, they do but sweetly chide thee, who confounds in singleness the parts that thou shouldst bear. Mark how one string, sweet husband to another, strikes each in each by mutual ordering, resembling sire and child and happy mother, who all in one pleasing note do sing, whose speechless song, being many, seeming one, sings this to thee, thou single wilt prove none. Sonnet 9. Is it for fear to wet a widow's eye that thou consumest thyself in single life? Ah, if thou issueless shalt hap to die, the world will wail thee like a makeless wife. The world will be thy widow and still weep that thou no form of thee hast left behind. When every private widow well may keep by children's eyes her husband's shape in mind. Look, what an unthrift in the world doth spend, shifts but his place, for still the world enjoys it. But beauty's waste hath in the world an end, and kept unused, the user so destroys it. No love toward others in that bosom sits, that on himself such murderous shame commits. Thank you.
I'm Monica Capnegro, and I'm a film, television, and theater student here at Notre Dame. Sonnet 10. For shame, deny that thou bearest love to any, who for thyself art so improvident. Grant if thou wilt, thou art beloved of many, but that thou none lovest is most evident. For thou art so possessed with murder's hate, that against thyself thou stick'st not to conspire, seeking that beauteous roof to ruinate, which to repair should be thy chief desire. Oh, change thy thought, that I may change my mind. Shall hate be fairer lodged than gentle love? Be as thy presence is, gracious and kind, or to thyself at least kind-hearted prove. Make thee another self for love of me, that beauty still may live in thine or thee. Sonnet 11. As fast as thou shalt wane, so fast thou growst, in one of thine from that which thou departest. And that fresh blood which youngly thou bestowest, thou mayst call thine when thou from youth convertest. Herein lives wisdom, beauty, and increase. Without this, folly, age, and gold decay. If all were minded so, the time should it cease, and 80 years would make the world away. Let those whom nature hath not made for store, harsh, featureless, and rude, barrenly perish. Look whom she best endowed, she gave the more, which bounteous gift thou shouldst in bounty cherish. She carved thee for her steel, and meant thereby, thou shouldest print more, not let that copy die. Sonnet 12. When I do count the clock that tells the time, and see the brave day sunk in hideous night, when I behold the violet past prime, and sable curls all silvered o'er with white, when lofty trees I see barren of leaves, which erst from heat did canopy the herd, and summer's green all girded up in sheaves, borne on the bier with white and bristly beard, then of thy beauty do I question make, that thou amongst the waste of time must go, since sweets and beauties do themselves forsake and die as fast as they see others grow. and nothing 'gainst time's scythe can make defence, save breed to brave him when he takes thee hence.
Hello, I'm Ernestine Gardner. I'm a regional associate with the Office of Corporate and Foundation Relations here at Notre Dame. Sonnet 13. Oh, that you were yourself, but love, you are no longer yours, then you yourself here live. Against this coming end, you should prepare, and your sweet semblance to some other give. So should that beauty which you hold in lease find no determination, then you were yourself again after yourself's decease. When your sweet issue your sweet form should bear, who let so fair a house fall to decay, which husbandry in honor might uphold against the stormy gusts of winter's day and barren rage of death's eternal cold. Oh, none but unthrifts. Dear my love, you know, you had a father. Let your son say so. Sonnet 14. Not from the stars do I my judgment pluck, and yet methinks I have astronomy, but not to tell of good or evil luck, of plagues, of dearths, of seasons' quality. Nor can I fortune 2 brief minutes tell, pointing to each his thunder, rain, and wind, or say with princes, if it shall go well, by oft predict that I in heaven find. But from thine eyes my knowledge I derive, and constant stars, in them I read such art as truth and beauty shall together thrive. If from myself to store thou wouldst convert, or else of thee this I prognosticate, thine end is truth's and beauty's doom and date. Sonnet 15. When I consider everything that grows, holds in perfection but a little moment, that this huge stage presenteth naught but shows, whereon the stars in secret influence comment. When I perceive that men as plants increase, cheered and checked even by the selfsame sky, vaunt in their youthful sap at height decrease, and wear their brave state out of memory, then the conceit of this inconstant stay sets you most rich in youth before my sight, where wasteful time debateth with decay, to change your day of youth to sullied night, and all in war with time for love of you. As he takes from you, I engraft you new.
Hi, I'm Barbara Montero and a professor of philosophy. Let me get this. Okay. Sonnet 16. But wherefore do not you a mightier way make war upon this bloody tyrant time, and fortify yourself in your decay with means more blessed than my barren rhyme? Now stand you on top of happy hours and many maiden gardens yet unset. With virtuous wish would you bear your living flowers, much liker than your painted counterfeit. So should the lines of life that life repair, which this time's pencil or my pupil pen, neither in inward worth nor outward fair, can make you live yourself in eyes of men. To give away yourself keeps yourself still, and you must live, drawn by your own sweet skill. Sonnet 17. Who will believe my verse in time to come, if it were filled with your most high desarts? Though yet heaven knows it is but as a tomb, which hides your life and shows not half your parts. If I could write the beauty of your eyes and in fresh number all your graces, the age to come would say this poet lies. Such heavenly touches ne'er touched earthly faces. So, should my papers yellowed with their age be scorned like old men of less truth than tongue, and your true rights be termed a poet's rage and stretched meter of an antique song. But were some child of yours alive that time, you should live twice in it and in my rhyme. Sonnet 18. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometimes too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed. And every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest. Nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines of time thou growest. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee.
Our first no-show of the day. Anybody in the audience interested in reading a couple sonnets here? Yeah, come on up. Just introduce yourself and you'll do 1920. Okay, thanks so much.
Hello, my name is Robert Richardson. I am a freshman. Sonnet 19. Devouring time, blunt thou the lion's paws, and make the earth devour her own sweet brood. Pluck the keen teeth from the fierce tiger's jaws, and burn the long-lived phoenix in her blood. Make glad and sorry seasons as thou fleets, and do whatever thou wilt, soft-footed time. To the wide world and all her fading sweets, but I forbid thee one most heinous crime. Oh, carve not with thy hours my love's fair brow, nor draw no lines there with thine antique pen. Him in thy course untainted to do allow, for beauty's pattern to succeeding men. Yet do thy worst, old time, despite thy wrong, my love shall in my verse ever live young. Sonnet 20. A woman's face with nature's own hand painted, hast thou, the master mistress of my passion, a woman's gentle heart, but not acquainted with shifting change as is false woman's fashion. An eye more bright than theirs, less false and rolling, gilding the object whereupon it gazeth. A man in hue, all hues in his controlling, much steals men's eyes and woman's souls amazeth. And for a woman wert thou first created, till nature, as she wrought thee, fell a doting, and by addition me of thee defeated, by adding one thing to my purpose nothing. But since she pricked thee out for woman's pleasure, mine be thy love, and thy loves use their treasure. Sonnet 21. So it is not with me as with that muse, stirred by a painted beauty to his verse, who heaven itself for ornament doth use, and every fair with his fair doth rehearse, make it a couplement of proud compare. With sun and moon, with earth and sea's rich gems, with April's first-born flowers, and all things rare, that heaven's air in this huge rondeur hems. Oh, let me, true in love, but truly right, and then believe me, my love is as fair as any mother's child, though not so bright as those gold candles fixed in heaven's air. Let them say more than like of hair say well, I will not praise that purpose do not sell.
Sonnet 22. My glass shall not persuade me I am old, so long as youth and thou are of one date. But when in these times furrows I behold, then look I death my days should expiate. For all that beauty that doth cover thee is but the seemly raiment of my heart, which in thy breast doth live as thine in me. How can I then be elder than thou art? Oh, therefore, love, be of thyself so wary as I, not for myself, but for thee will, bearing thy heart, which I will keep so carry, as tender nurse her babe from faring ill. Presume not on thy heart when mine is slain. Thou gavest me thine, not to give back again. Sonnet 23. As an unperfect actor on the stage, who with his fear is put besides his part, or some fierce thing replete with too much rage, whose strength's abundance weakens his own heart. So I, for fear of trust, forget to say the perfect ceremony of love's rite, and in mine own love's strength seem to decay, o'ercharged with burden of mine own love's might. Oh, let my books be then the eloquence and dumb presagers of my speaking breast, who plead for love and look for recompense, more than that tongue that more hath more expressed. Oh, learn to read what silent love hath writ, to hear with eyes belongs to love's fine wit. Sonnet 24. Mine eye hath played the painter and hath styled thy beauty's form and table of my heart. My body is in the frame wherein 'tis held. In perspective it is the painter's art. For through the painter must you see his skill, to find where your true image pictured lies, which in my bosom's shop is hanging still, that hath his windows glazed with thine eyes. Now see what good turns eyes for eyes have done. Mine eyes have drawn thy shape, and thine for me are windows to my breast, where through the sun delights to peep, to gaze therein on thee. Yet eyes this cunning want to grace their art. They draw but what they see, know not the heart.
Let those who are in favor with their stars of public honor and proud titles boast, whilst I, whom fortune of such triumph bars, unlooked for joy in that I honor most. Great princes' favorites their fair leaves spread, but as the marigold at the sun's eye, and in themselves their pride lies buried. For at a frown, they in their glory die. The painful warrior, famous for fight, after 1,000 victories once spoiled, is from the book of honor raised quite, and all the rest forgot for which he toiled. Then happy I, that love and am beloved, where I may not remove nor be removed. Lord of my love, to whom in vassalage thy merit hath my duty strongly knit, to thee I send this written embassage, to witness duty, not to show my wit. Duty so great, which wit so poor as mine may make seem bare in wanting words to show it, but that I hope some good conceit of thine in thy soul's thought all naked will bestow it. till whatsoever star that guides my moving points on me graciously with fair aspect, and puts apparel on my tattered loving to show me worthy of thy sweet respect. Then may I dare to boast how I do love thee. Till then, not show my head where thou mayest prove me. Weary with toil, I haste me to my bed. The dear repose for limbs with travel tired. But then begins a journey in my head to work my mind when body's works expired. For then my thoughts from far where I abide intend a zealous pilgrimage to thee, and keep my drooping eyelids open wide, looking on darkness which the blind do see, save that my soul's imaginary sight presents thy shadow to my sightless view, which like a jewel hung in ghastly night makes black night beauteous and her old face new. Lo, thus by day my limbs, by night my mind, for thee and for myself no quiet find. Thank you.
Sonnet 28. How can I then return in happy plight, that am debarred the benefit of rest, when day's oppression is not eased by night, but day by night and night by day oppressed? And each, though enemies to either's reign, do in consent shake hands to torture me, the one by toil, the other to complain. How far I toil, still farther off from thee. I tell the day, to please them thou art bright, and dost him grace when clouds do blot the heaven. So flatter I the swart-complexioned night, when sparkling stars twire not, thou gilt'st the even. But day doth daily draw my sorrows longer, and night doth nightly make grief's strength seem stronger. Sonnet 29. When, in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state, and trouble deaf heaven with my bootless cries, and look upon myself and curse my fate, wishing me like to one more rich in hope, featured like him with friends possessed, desiring this man's art and that man's scope, with what I most enjoy contented least, yet in these thoughts myself almost despising, haply I think on thee, and then my state, like to the lark at break of day arising, from sullen earth sings hymns at heaven's gate. For thy sweet love remembered such wealth brings, that then I scorn to change my state with kings. Sonnet 30. When to the sessions of sweet silent thought I summon up remembrance of things past, I sigh the lack of many a thing I sought, and with old woes new wail my dear time's waste. Then can I drown an eye unused to flow, for precious friends hid in death's dateless night, and weep afresh love's long since cancelled woe, and moan the expense of many a vanished sight. Then can I grieve at grievances foregone, and heavily from woe to woe tell o'er the sad account of fore bemoaned moan, when I new pay as if not paid before. But if the while I think on thee, dear friend, all losses are restored and sorrows end.
Sonnet 31. Thy bosom is endeared with all hearts, which I by lacking have supposed dead. And there reigns love, and all love's loving parts, and all those friends which I thought buried. How many a holy and obsequious tear hath dear religious love stolen from mine eye, as interest of the dead, which now appear but things removed that hidden in thee lie. Thou art the grave where buried love doth live, hung with the trophies of my lovers gone, who all their parts of me to thee did give, that due of many now is thine alone. Their images I loved, I view in thee, and thou, all they, hast all the all of me. Sonnet 32. If thou survive my well-contented day, when that churl death my bones with dust shall cover, and shalt by fortune once more resurvey these poor rude lines of thy deceased lover, compare them with the bettering of time, and though they be outstripped by every pen, reserve them for my love, not for their rhyme, exceeded by the height of happier men. Oh, then vouchsafe me but this loving thought. Had my friend's muse grown with this growing age, a dearer birth than this his love had brought, to march in ranks of better equipage. But since he died, and poets better prove, theirs for their style I'll read, his for his love. Sonnet 33. Full many a glorious morning have I seen, flatter the mountain tops with sovereign eye, kissing with golden face the meadows green, gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy. Anon permit the basest clouds to rise with ugly wrack on his celestial face, and from the forlorn world his visage hide, stealing unseen to west with this disgrace. Even so, my sun one early morn did shine with all triumphant splendor on my brow. But out, alack, he was but 1 hour mine. The region cloud hath masked him from me now. Yet him for this my love no whit disdaineth. Sons of the world may stain when heaven's sun staineth.
Why did thou promise such a beauteous day, and make me travel forth without my cloak, to let base clouds o'ertake me in my way, hiding thy bravery in their rotted smoke? 'Tis not enough that through the cloud thou break to dry the rain on my storm-beaten face, for no man well of such a salve can speak that wound the heals and cures not the disgrace. Nor can thy shame give physic to my grief. Though thou repent, yet I still have loss. The offender's sorrow lends but weak relief to him that bears the strong offense's cross. Ah, but those tears are pearled which thy love sheds, and they are rich and ransom all ill deeds. No more be grieved at that which thou hast done. Roses have thorns and silver fountains mud. Clouds and eclipses stain both moon and sun, and loathsome canker lives in sweetest bud. All men make fault, and even I in this, authorizing thy trespass with compare, myself corrupting, salving thy amiss, excusing thy sins more than thy sins are. For to thy sensual fault I bring in sense, thy adverse party is thy advocate, and 'gainst myself a lawful plea commence. Such civil war is in my love and hate, that I an accessory needs must be to that sweet thief which sourly robs from me. Sonnet 36. Let me confess that we too must be twain, although our undivided loves are one. So shall those blots that do with me remain without thy help by me borne alone. In our two loves there is but one respect, though in our lives a separable spite, which though it alter not love's sole effect, yet doth it steal sweet hours from love's delight. I may not evermore acknowledge thee, lest my bewailed guilt should do thee shame, nor thou with public kindness honor me, unless thou take that honor from thy name. But do not so, I love thee in such sort, as thou being mine, mine is thy good report.
$37. Is that what we're on? 37? Okay. As a decrepit father takes delight to see his active child do deeds of youth, so I, made lame by fortune's dearest spite, take all my comfort of thy worth and truth. For whether beauty, birth, or wealth, or wit, or any of these all or more, entitled in thy parts do crowned sit, I make my love engrafted to this store. So then I am not lame, poor, nor despised, whilst that this shadow doth such substance give, that I in thy abundance am sufficed, and by a part of all thy glory live. Look what is best, that best I wish in thee. This wish I have, then 10 times happy me. How can my muse, once subject to invent, while thou dost breathe, that pourest into my verse thine own sweet argument, too excellent for every vulgar paper to rehearse? Oh, give thyself the thanks, if aught in me worthy perusal stand against thy sight. For who's so dumb that cannot write to thee, when thou thyself dost give invention light? Be thou the 10th muse, 10 times more in worth than those old 9 which rhymers invocate. And he that calls on thee, let him bring forth eternal numbers to outlive long date. If my slight muse do please these curious days, the pain be mine, but thine shall be the praise. 39. Oh, how thy worth with manners may I sing, when thou art all the better part of me. What can mine own praise to mine own self bring? And what is but my own when I praise thee? Even for this, let us divided live, and our dear love lose name of single one, that by this separation I may give that due to thee which thou deservest alone. Oh, absence, what a torment wouldst thou prove, were it not thy sour leisure gave sweet leave to entertain the time with thoughts of love, which time and thought so sweetly doth deceive, and that thou teachest how to make one twain by praising him here who doth hence remain.
Sonnet 40. Take all my loves, my love, yea, take them all. What hast thou then more than thou hadst before? No love, my love, that thou mayest call true love call. All mine was thine before thou hadst this more. Then if for my love thou my love receivest, I cannot blame thee for my love thou usest. But yet ye blamed, if thou thyself deceivest, by wilful taste of what thyself refusest. I do forgive thy robbery, gentle thief. And although thou steal thee all my poverty, and yet love knows it is a greater grief to bear love's wrong than hate's known injury. Lascivious grace, in whom all ill well shows, kill me with spites, yet we must not be foes. Sonnet 41. Those petty wrongs that liberty commits, when I sometime absent from thy heart, thy beauty and thy years full well befits, for still temptation follows where thou art. Gentle thou art, and therefore to be won. Beauteous thou art, therefore to be assailed. And when a woman woos, what woman's son will sourly leave her till she have prevailed? I me. But yet thou mightest my seat forbear, and chide try beauty, and thy straying youth, who lead thee in their riot, even there, where thou art forced to break a twofold truth. Hers by thy beauty tempting her to thee, thine by thy beauty being false to me. Sonnet 42. That thou hast her, it is not all my grief, and yet it may be said I loved her dearly. That she hath thee is of my wailing chief, a loss in love that teaches me more nearly. Loving offenders, thus I will excuse thee. Thou dost love her, because thou knowest I love her, and for my sake even so doth she abuse me, suffering my friend for my sake to approve her. If I lose thee, my loss is my love's gain, and losing her, my friend hath found that loss. Both find each other, and I lose both twain, and both for my sake lay me on this cross. But here's the joy, my friend and I are one. Sweet flattery. Then she loves but me alone.
Hello, all. Just an offer out there for those that are watching right now. We do have some open slots coming up soon. If anyone would like to sign up for more to read a sonnet or two, I'm looking at this table right here. Sonnet 43. When most I wink, then do mine eyes best see. For all the day they view things unrespected. But when I sleep, in dreams they look on thee. And darkly bright are bright in dark directed. Then thou, whose shadows doth make bright, how would thy shadows form happy show to the clear day with thy much clearer light, when to unseeing eyes thy shade shines so? How would, I say, mine eyes be blessed made by looking on thee in the living day, when in dead night thy fair imperfect shade through heavy sleep on sightless eyes doth stay? All days are night to see till I see thee, and night's bright days when dreams do show thee me. Sonnet 44. If the dull substance of my flesh were thought injurious, distance should not stop my way. For then, despite of space, I would be brought from limits far remote where thou dost stay. No matter then, although my foot did stand upon the farthest earth removed from thee, for nimble thought can jump both sea and land as soon as think the place where he would be. But thought kills me that I am not thought, to leap large lengths of miles when thou art gone. But that so much of earth and water wrought, I must attend time's leisure with my moan, receiving naught by elements so slow, but heavy tears, badges of either's woe. I knew I didn't advance that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tish. I'm a PhD in English. Sonnet 45. The other two, slight air and purging fire, are both with thee wherever I abide. The first my thought, the other my desire. These present absent with swift motion slide. For when these quicker elements are gone, in tender embassy of love to thee, my life, being made of four, with two alone, sinks down to death, oppressed with melancholy, until life's composition be recured by those swift messengers returned from thee, who even but now come back again assured of thy faith health, fair health, recounting it to me. This told I joy, but then no longer glad. I send them back again and straight grow sad.
Hello, my name is Charlie Florence. I was a 2013 MBA grad from Mendoza. And I'm reading 46 and 47 to my wife of 18 years, Tina Florence. Mine eyes and heart are at a mortal war. How to divide the conquest of thy sight. Mine eye, my heart, thy picture's sight would bar. Mine heart, mine eye, the freedom of that right. My heart doth plead that thou in him dost lie. A closet never pierced with crystal eyes, but the defendant doth that plea deny, and says in him thy fair appearance lies. To side, this title is impaneled, a quest of thoughts, all tenants to the heart, and by their verdict is determined the clear eye's moiety and the dear heart's heart. As thus mine eyes do in thy outward part, and my heart's right in thy inward love of heart. Sonnet 47. Betwixt mine eye and heart a league is took, and each doth good turns now unto the other. When mine eye is famished for a look, or heart in love with sighs himself doth smother, with my love's picture then my eye doth feast, and to the painted banquet bids my heart. Another time mine eye is my heart's guest, and in his thoughts of love doth share a part. So either by thy picture or my love, thyself away art resent still with me. For thou not farther away than thoughts canst move, and I am still with them, and they see with thee. Or if they sleep, thy picture in my sight awakes my heart to heart's and eyes' delight.
Sonnet 48. How careful I was when I took my way, each trifle under truest bars to thrust, that to my use it might unused stay, from hands of falsehood and sure words of trust. But thou to whom my jewels trifles are, most worthy of comfort, now my greatest grief, thou best of dearest and mine only care, art left the prey of every vulgar thief. Thee have I not locked up in any chest, save where thou art not, though I feel thou art, within the gentle closure of my breast, and from whence at pleasure thou mayest come and part, and even thence thou wilt be stolen, I fear, for truth proves thievish for a prize so dear.
Sonnet 49. Against that time, if ever that time come, when I shall see thee frown on my defects, when as thy love hath cast his utmost sum, called to that audit by advised respects. Against that time when thou shalt strangely pass and scarcely greet me with that sun thine eye, when love, converted from the thing it was, shall reasons find of settled gravity. Against that time do I ensconce me here within the knowledge of my own desert, and this my hand against myself uprear, to guard the lawful reasons on thy part. To leave poor me, thou hast the strength of laws, since why to love I can allege no cause. I just want to tell anyone who might be listening or watching here or in the Midfield Commons, we're just here in the Haggerty Cafe. We'll be here all day. We'd love to have anyone come and read if you would like to. Sonnet 50. How heavy do I journey on the way, when what I seek, my weary travels end, doth teach that ease and that repose to say, thus far the miles are measured from thy friend. The beast that bears me, tired with my woe, plods dully on to bear that weight in me, as if by some instinct the wretch did know his rider loved not speed, being made from thee. The bloody spur cannot provoke him on, that sometimes anger thrusts into his hide, which heavily he answers with a groan, more sharp to me than spurring to his side. For that same groan doth put this in my mind: my grief lies onward, and my joy behind.
Got ourselves just a little bit ahead, so we're just taking a 2-minute pause just to get ourselves back on time here. We'll be right back. Hey y'all, as we come back, need a reader. These next couple. Anyone? Open spot? Nothing. I'm not gonna force anyone to do that. That's completely against the purpose of this whole event. Oh, we got one. Oh, it's Arnie. Nice. Coming up, Arnie.
Sure. Sonnet 51. Thus can my love excuse the slow offense of my dull bearer when from thee I speed. For where thou art, why should I haste me thence? Till I return, of posting is no need. Or what excuse will my poor beast then find, when swift extremity can seem but slow? Then I should spur, though mounted on the wind, in winged speed no motion shall I know. Then can no horse with my desire keep pace. Therefore, desire of perfect love being made, shall neigh no dull flesh in his fiery race. But love, for love, thus shall excuse my jade, since from thee going he went wilful slow, towards thee I'll run and give him leave to go. Sonnet 52. So am I as rich, those whose blessed key can bring him to his sweet uplocked treasure, the which he will not every hour survey, for blunting the fine point of seldom pleasure. Therefore are feasts so solemn and so rare, since seldom coming in the long year set, like stones of worth they thinly place are, or kept in jewels in the carcanet. So is the time that keeps you as my chest, or as the wardrobe which the robe doth hide, to make some special instant special blessed, by new unfolding his imprisoned pride. Blessed are you, whose worthiness gives scope, being had to triumph, being lacked to hope.
Sonnet 53. What is your substance? Whereof are you made? That millions of strange shadows on you tend. Since everyone hath, everyone, one shade, and you but one can every shadow lend. Describe Adonis, and the counterfeit is poorly imitated after you. On Helen's cheek, all art of beauty set. And you in Grecian tires are painted new. Speak of the spring and foison of the year. The one doth shadow of your beauty show, and other as your bounty doth appear. And you in every blessed shape we know. In all external grace you have some part, but you like none you for constant heart. Sonnet 54. Oh, how much more doth beauty beauteous seem by that sweet ornament which truth doth give. The rose looks fair, but fairer we it deem, for that sweet odor with which doth in it live. The canker blooms have as full a deep a dye as the perfumed tincture of the roses. Hang on such thorns and play as wantonly in summer's breath their masked buds discloses. But for their virtue only is their show. They live unwooed, and unrespected fade, die to themselves. Sweet roses do not so. Of their sweet deaths are sweetest odors made, and so of you, beauteous and lovely youth. When that shall fade, my verse distills your truth. Thank you.
Not marble, nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive this powerful rhyme. But you shall shine more bright in these contents than unswept stone besmeared with sluttish time. When wasteful war shall statues overturn, and broils root out the work of masonry, nor Mars his sword, nor war's quick fire shall burn the living record of your memory. 'Gainst death and all oblivious enmity shall you pace forth. Your praise shall still find room even in the eyes of all posterity that wear this world out to the ending doom. So, till the judgment that yourself arise, you live in this and dwell in lovers' eyes. Sweet love, renew thy force. Be it not said thy edge should blunter be than appetite, which but today by feeding is allayed, tomorrow sharpened in his former might. So love be thou, although today thou fill thy hungry eyes, even till they wink with fullness. Tomorrow see again, and do not kill the spirit of love with a perpetual dullness. Let this sad interim like the ocean be, which parts the shore where two contracted new come daily to the banks, that when they see return of love, more blessed may be the view. Else call it winter, which being full of care, makes summer's welcome thrice more wished, more rare.
Being your slave, what should I do but tend upon the hours of time of your desire? I have no precious time at all to spend, nor services to do till you require, nor dare I chide the world without end hour. Whilst I, my sovereign, watch the clock for you, nor think the bitterness of absence sour when you have bid your servant once adieu. Nor dare I question with my jealous thought where you may be, or your affairs suppose, but like a sad slave, stay and think of naught, save where you are and how happy you make those. So true a fool is love, and that in your will. Though you will do anything, he thinks no ill. That God forbid that made me first your slave. I should in thought control your times of pleasure, or at your hand the account of hours to crave, being your vassal, bound to stay your leisure. Oh, let me suffer, being at your beck, the imprisoned absence of your liberty and patience, tame to sufferance, bide each check, without accusing you of injury. Be where you list. Your charter is so strong that you yourself may privilege your time to what you will. To you it doth belong. Yourself to pardon and self-doing crime, I am to wait, the waiting to be so held. Not blame your pleasure, be it ill or well.
Just waiting for our next reader to show up. So we're going to take 2 minutes here just to keep ourselves on time. And again, reminder, open sonnets. Anyone who would like to, I'm sorry, I'm looking at you. If you're at the Midfield Commons, we're just here on the north side at the Haggerty Cafe stage. If you'd like to read with us too. We'll be back in just 2.
Hello, everybody. I'm Laura Moran Walton. I'm the Assistant Director for Communications with the Notre Dame Ethics Initiative. I'm going to be reading sonnets number 59 and 60, and I am absolutely thrilled to be here. Love Notre Dame Shakespeare and everything they do, and Avensis also. So, all right, sonnet number 59. If there be nothing new, but that which is hath been before, how are our brains beguiled, which, laboring for invention, bear amiss the second burden of a former child? Oh, that record could with a backward look, even of 500 courses of the sun, show me your image in some antique book, since mind at first in character was done, that I might see what the old world could say to this composed wonder of your frame, whether we are mended, or whether better they, or whether revolution be the same. Oh, sure I am the wits of former days to subjects worse have given admiring praise. Thank you. And I get to do 60, which is a personal favorite. Like as the waves make towards the pebbled shore, so do our minutes hasten to their end, each changing place with that which goes before. In sequent toil all forwards do contend. Nativity, once in the main of light, crawls to maturity, where with being crowned, crooked ellipses gainst his glory fight. And time that gave doth now his gift confound. Time doth transfix the flourish set on youth, and delves the parallels in beauty's brow, feeds on the rarities of nature's truth, and nothing stands but for his scythe to mow. And yet to times in hope, my verse shall stand, praising thy worth despite his cruel hand. Thank you so much.
So our next reader, Dominic Keene, has not shown up yet, but he's coming right at the end of class, so we're just going to hold for him for just a minute. Text him, please. Thank you, Maria. All right. Sonnet 61. Is it thy will thy image should keep open my heavy eyelids to the weary night? Dost thou desire my slumbers should be broken while shadows like to thee do mock my sight? Is it thy spirit that thou sendest from thee so far from home into my deeds to pry, to find out shames and idle hours in me, the scope and tenor of thy jealousy? Oh no, thy love, though much, is not so great. It is my love that keeps mine eyes awake, mine own true love that doth my rest defeat, to play the watchman ever for thy sake. For thee watch I, whilst thou dost wake elsewhere, from me far off with others all too near. Sonnet 62. Sin of self-love possesseth all mine eye, and all my soul, and all my every part. And for this sin there is no remedy, it is so grounded inward in my heart. Methinks no face so gracious is as mine, no shape so true, no truth of such account. And for myself mine own worth do define, as I all other in all worth surmount. But when my glass shows me myself indeed, beaded and chopped with tanned antiquity,
Mine own self-love quite contrary I read. Self so self-loving were iniquity. 'Tis thee, myself, that for myself I praise, painting my age with beauty of thy days.
What do I just my name? Oh, all right. Hi, I'm Ryan. I'm part of the Not So Royal Shakespeare Society. Sonnet 62. Sin of self. Sorry, 63. Against my love shall be as I am now, with time's injurious hand crushed and overworn. When hours have drained his blood and filled his brow, with lines and wrinkles with his youthful morn. Hath traveled on to age's steepy night, and all those beauties whereof now he's king, are vanishing or vanished out of sight, stealing away the treasure of his spring. For such a time do I now fortify against confounding age's cruel knife, that he shall never cut from memory my sweet love's beauty through my lover's life. His beauty shall in these black lines be seen, and they shall live, and he in them still green. Sonnet 64. When I have seen by time's fell hand effaced the rich, proud cost of outworn, buried age, when sometime lofty towers I see down raised, and brass eternal slave to mortal rage, when I have seen the hungry ocean gain advantage on the kingdom of the shore, and the firm soil win of the watery main, increasing store with loss and loss with store. When I have seen such interchange of state, or state itself confounded to decay, ruin hath taught me thus to ruminate, that time will come and take my love away. This thought is as a death which cannot choose but weep to have that which it fears to lose.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Falk, and I am a proud member of the Not So Royal Shakespeare Company. I will be reading Sonnets 65 and 66. Since brass nor stone, nor earth nor boundless sea, but sad mortality o'ersways their power, how with this rage shall beauty hold a plea whose action is no stronger than a flower? Oh, how shall summer's honey breath hold out against the wreckful siege of battering days, when rocks impregnable are not so stout, nor gates of steel so strong, but time decays? O fearful meditation, where alack shall time's best jewel from time's chest lie hid? Or what strong hand can hold his swift foot back, or who his spoil of beauty can forbid? O none, unless this miracle have might, that in black ink my love may still shine bright. Sonnet 66. Tired with all these, for restful death I cry, as to behold desert a beggar born, and needy nothing trimmed in jollity, and purest faith unhappily forsworn, and gilded honor shamefully misplaced, and maiden virtue rudely strumpeted, and right perfection wrongfully disgraced, and strength by limping sway disabled, and art made tongue-tied by authority, and folly doctor-like controlling skill, and simple truth miscalled simplicity, and captive good attending captain ill. Tired with all these, from these would I be gone, save that, to die, I leave my love alone.
everybody, to anybody who's watching in midfield or on YouTube. If you want to know all about what Shakespeare at Notre Dame is up to, visit our website, shakespeare.nd.edu. You can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram and Threads. So we have a regular schedule of programming coming up throughout the rest of the year. So please check those channels out if you want to learn more and follow us. Thanks.
Sonnet 67. Ah, wherefore with infection should he live, and with his presence grace and piety, that sin by him advantage should achieve, and lace itself with his society. Why should false painting imitate his cheek, and steal dead seeing of his living hue? Why should poor beauty indirectly seek roses of shadow, since his rose is true? Why should he live, now nature bankrupt is, beggared of blood to blush through lively veins? For she hath no exchequer now but his, and proud of many lives upon his gains. O him she stores to show what wealth she had in days long since, before these last so bad. And Sonnet 68. Thus is his cheek the map of days outworn, when beauty lived and died as flowers do now, before the bastard signs of fair were born, or durst inhabit on a living brow, before the golden tresses of the dead, the right of sepulchres were shorn away, to live a second life on second head, ere beauty's dead fleece made another gay. In him these holy antique hours are seen, without all ornament itself and true, making no summer of another's green, robbing no old to dress his beauty new. And him as for a map doth nature store, to show false art what beauty was of yore.
I just saw our next reader running here, so I'm going to give him a moment to catch his breath.
Hello. This was not built for the tall. My name is Connor Riley. I am a former student here, now over at the DPAC. I was, in my time, a member of Knott's Royal Shakespeare Company, and I was also a classic student, which I'll be combining to read the following 4 sonnets in Latin. Haec Carmina Shakespearea Cano, translata Alfred Thomas Barton. Carmen unde septuagessimum. Quae videtin te volga segent nolio seisque, fingere mens nihilum, pocrius ulla potest. Haec tibi per cunctas concessest gloria linguas, dicta cever intra, laudatat hostis amo. Externam speciem sic laus externa coronat, aec taminor ipsis dissona multa carpant. Quodque debant laudis conturbant omne videndo, ulterius quam se fertaculata fides. Sit nativigum queriunt animi par condor et illud, noscitur ex axis, coniciterve tuis. Landaque dum faciesse lis mens in vida secum, foetorem lolii, flos et iste refert. At lolium si flos soleat caus esse putarem, anc ego communi creverat ille loco. I realize you probably can't tell when the breaks are. Carmen Septuagessimum, LXX. Non quia culparis meruisse videbere livor, egregium telo, destinat omne suo. Gloria pulchror res suspecto sesse malignis, in liquido cornix, aethere multa volat. Si bonus e nitiat tua quoquin crimine virtus, clarior ex ipso, tempora nocta fidem. Primitiae florum mordaca peste petentur, at tua de decoris, pura juventum initet. Insidias juvenis structas at au effugis omnis, insiger aut victor, si peterere malo. Laus datorat linguas frenat non illa malignas, haec tibin aeternum libera pestis aget. Si speciab tegeret nullam tibi livida fama, tu regeres unus, pectora cuncta virum. Carmen Septuagessimum primum, LXXI. Flere mihi nollis quando delecte supremum, raucus campanae plengserat ille sonus. Nuntius ille sonus fugis haec tristia vitae, me semilac vermes interabere locum. Quin etiam religes si fort haec verba recuses, quae ea panxis set, vel meminisse manus. Tantus amor meus est, let labi malit adisto. Pectore quam memorem te doluisse mei. O in quam ver sunc si tum fortasse videbis, quam dego communi povere mixtus ero. Nomen rite meum labris committere noli, fac potius mecum sit tumulatus amor, ne sapiens possit causam structatus abere, ludibrio lacrimas, ob mea fata tuas. Et Carmen Septuagessimum secundum, LXXII. O grave ne quandam ducas recetisse petenti, quid meritin me sit, post mea fata coli, post mea fata meum carab viscere nomen, nil habeas in me, namque ducere boni. Ni pietas aus sit mendacia fingere quaedam, plus mihi mo meritis, auxiliata meis. Positat id laudis cumular in morte peremptum, quod nequeat vivo, redere vera fides. O tua ne pietas felax abeatur in optima quod de me, ficta sed illa canas. Fac tumulat una mihi sit cum corpore nomen. Neve superfuerit tantus utrique rubor. Nam rubor est mihi mets nihilo dignanda creanti. Ac pariter tibi sit, si leviora colas. And you sign this.
Hi, I'm Hannah. I'll be reading Sonnet 73 and 74. Sonnet 73. That time of year thou mayest in me behold, when yellow leaves, or none, or few, do hang upon those boughs which shake against the cold, bare ruined choirs where late the sweet birds sang. In me thou seest the twilight of such day, as after sunset fadeth in the west, which by and by black night doth take away, death's second self, that seals up all in rest. In me thou seest the glowing of such fire, that on the ashes of his youth doth lie, as the deathbed whereon it must expire, consumed with that which it was nourished by. This thou perceivest, which makes thy love more strong, to love that well which thou must leave ere long. Okay, and Sonnet 74. But be contented, when that fell arrest without all bail shall carry me away. My life hath in this line some interest, which for memorial still with thee shall stay. When thou reviewest this, thou dost review the very part was consecrate to thee. The earth can have but earth, which is his due. My spirit is thine, the better part of me. So then thou hast but lost the dregs of life, the prey of worms, my body being dead, the coward conquest of a wretch's knife, too base of thee to be remembered. The worth of that is that which it contains, and that is this, and this with thee remains.
Just going to take a moment to wait for our next reader to arrive. And in the meantime, I want to remind everyone that at 5 o'clock tonight, we've got an amazing performance by Devon Glover, the sonnet man, who has taken the sonnets and brought them into conversation with hip hop. And it's going to happen right here on this stage, the Hagerty Cafe stage, at 5 o'clock. So give us just a moment.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sonnetfest. I'm happy to arrive. My name is Kate Kappelman. I will soon, starting next Monday, be the general manager of Shakespeare at Notre Dame, and I'm really lucky to be a part of this new team. All right. Sonnet 75. So are you to my thoughts as food to life, or as sweet seasoned showers are to the ground. And for the peace of you I hold such strife as twixt a miser and his wealth is found. Now proud as an enjoyer and anon doubting the flinching age will steal his treasure, now counting best to be with you alone than bettered that the world may see my pleasure. Sometime all full with feasting on your sight, and by clean starved for a look, possessing or pursuing no delight, save what is had, or must be from you took. Thus do I pine and surfeit day by day, or gluttoning on all, or all away. Sonnet 76. Why is my verse so barren of new pride, so far from variation or quick change? Why with the time do I not glance aside to newfound methods and to compound strange? Why write I still all one, ever the same, and keep invention in a noted weed, that every word doth almost tell my name, showing their birth and where they did proceed? Oh no, sweet love, I always write of you, and you and love are still my argument. So all my best is dressing old words new, spending again what is already spent. For as the sun is daily new and old, so is my love still telling what is told. That's a sweet one. That's a good one.
Scott, can I like? Yes. Am I 77 and 78? Scott, am I 77 and 78? Okay. Hello, folks. My name is Noah Sim. I'm part of NSR, and I will be reading Sonnets 77 and 78. Thy glass will show thee how thy beauties wear, thy dial how thy precious minutes waste. The vacant leaves thy mind's imprint will bear, and of this book this learning mayst thou taste. The wrinkles which thy glass will truly show of mouthed graves will give thee memory. Thou, by thy dial shady stealth, mayst know time's thievish progress to eternity. Look, what thy memory cannot contain. Commit to these waste blanks, and thou shalt find those children nursed, delivered from thy brain, to take a new acquaintance of thy mind. These offices, so oft as thou wilt look, shall profit thee and much enrich thy book. And then Sonnet 78. So oft have I invoked thee for my muse, and found such fair assistance in my verse, as every alien pen hath got my use, and under thee their poesy disperse. Thine eyes that taught the dumb on high to sing, and heavy ignorance aloft to fly, have added feathers to the learned's wing, and given grace a double majesty. Yet be most proud of that which I compile, whose influence is thine and born of thee. In others' works thou dost but mend the style, and arts with thy sweet graces graced be. But thou art all my art, and dost advance as high as learning my rude ignorance.
Hey, y'all, we had a cancellation for the next two sonnets. Anyone in the audience itching to read? Go for it, John. Okay, thank you, John. 79.
Perfect. Hi, I didn't introduce myself last time. I apologize. My name is John. I'll be reading for 79 and 80. Whilst I alone did call upon thy aid, my verse alone had all thy gentle grace. But now my gracious numbers are decayed, and my sick muse doth give another place. I grant, sweet love, thy lovely argument deserves the travail of a worthier pen. Yet what of thee thy poet doth invent? He robs thee of and pays it thee again. He lends thee virtue, and he stole that word from thy behavior. Beauty doth he give, and forget it, and found it in thy cheek. He can afford no praise to thee, but what in thee doth live. Then thank him not for that which he doth pay, since what he owes thee, thou thyself dost pay. This is Sonnet 80. Oh, how I faint when I of you do write, knowing a better spirit doth use your name, and in praise thereof spends all his might, to make me tongue-tie speaking of your fame. But since your worth, wide as the ocean is, the humble and proudest sail doth bear. My saucy bark inferior far to his, on your broad main doth willfully appear. Your shallowest help will hold me up afloat, while he upon your soundless deep doth ride. Or being wrecked, I am a worthless boat. He of tall building and of goodly pride, then if he thrive and I be cast away, the worst was this, my love was my decay.
Hi, my name's Alyssa. I'm in the Not So Real Shakespeare Company, NSR, and I'll be reading sonnets 81 and 82. Sonnet 81. Or shall I live your epitaph to make, or you survive when I in earth am rotten? From hence your memory death cannot take. Although in me each part will be forgotten, your name from hence immortal life shall have. Though I, once gone, to all the world must die. The earth can yield me but a common grave, when your entombed in men's eyes shall lie. Your monument shall be my gentle verse, which eyes not yet created shall o'erread, and tongues to be your being shall rehearse. When all the breathers of this world are dead, you still shall live, since virtue hath my pen, where breath most breathes even in the mouths of men. Sonnet 82. I grant thou wert not married to my muse, and therefore mayest without attaint overlook the dedicated words which writers use of their fair subject, blessing every book. Thou art as fair in knowledge as in hue, finding thy worth a limit past my praise, and therefore art enforced to seek anew some fresher stamp of the time-bettering days. And do so, love, yet when they have devised what strained touches rhetoric can lend, thou truly fair were truly sympathized, in true plain words by thy true telling friend, and their gross painting might be better used, where cheeks need blood, in thee it is abused.
Hi, my name is Kevin Dreyer. I'm on the faculty of Film, Television, and Theater. I'll be reading Sonnet 83. I never saw that you did painting need, and therefore, to your fair, no painting set. I found, or thought I found, you did exceed the barren tender of a poet's debt, and therefore have I slept in your report. that you yourself being extant well might show how far a modern quill doth come too short, speaking of worth, what worth in you doth grow. This silence for my sin you did impute, which shall be most my glory, being dumb, for I impair not beauty, being mute, when others would give life and bring a tomb. There lives more life in one of your fair eyes than both your poets can in praise devise.
Hi, my name is Brittany Alvarez, and I'm also in NSR, and I'll be reading Sonnet 84. Who says it that says the most, which can say more than this rich praise that you alone are you? In whose confine immured is the store, which should example where your equal grew. Lean penury within that pen doth dwell, that to his subject lends not some small glory, but he that writes of you, if he can tell that you are you, so dignifies his story. Let him but copy what is in you is writ, not making worse that nature made so clear, and such a counterpart shall fame his wit. Making his style admired everywhere, you to your beauteous blessings add a curse, being fond on praise which makes your praise worse.
Gonna try and put on something fancy for this next one. Yeah, can someone help? All right, once again, my name is Anna Falk, and I will be reading Sonnet 85. My tongue-tied muse in manners holds her still, while comments of your praise, richly compiled, reserve their character with golden quill and precious phrase by all the muses filed. I think good thoughts, whilst other write good words, and like unlettered clerks still cry amen to every hymn that able spirit affords in polished form of well-refined pen. Hearing you praised, I say, 'tis so, 'tis true, and to the most of praise add something more. But that is in my thought, whose love to you, though words come hindmost, holds his rank before. Then others for the breath of words respect, me for my dumb thoughts, speaking in effect.
Hello, my name is Colleen. I'm a graduate student in theology who also loves Shakespeare. Sonnet 86. Was it the proud full sail of his great verse, bound for the prize of all too precious you, that did my ripe thoughts in my brain inhearse, making their tomb the womb wherein they grew? Was it his spirit, by spirits taught to write above a mortal pitch, that struck me dead? No, neither he nor his compeers by night, giving him aid, my verse astonished. he nor that affable familiar ghost, which nightly gulls him with intelligence, as victors of my silence cannot boast. I was not sick of any fear from thence, but when your countenance filled up his line, then lacked I matter, that enfeebled mine. Thank you.
Going to take just a 1 minute pause, get us back on track here. A reminder for those that might be watching in the midfield or those of you here right now, if you'd like to read a sonnet, we still have some available here. You can just sign up at this table right here. Thanks.
Oh, wait.
Do it.
Just
to enjoy your way out. There we go.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Meg, and I'm a senior. I major in English and American Studies, and I love Shakespeare. And I got the book of sonnets when I went to the Globe last year. They're just awesome. Also, don't know why I'm wearing this, but just thought I would. I'm reading Sonnet 87. Farewell. Thou art too dear for my possessing, and like enough thou knowest thy estimate. The charter of thy worth gives thee releasing. My bonds in thee are all determinate. For how do I hold thee but by thy granting? And for that riches, where is my deserving? The cause of this fair gift in me is wanting, and so my patent back again is swerving. Thyself thou gavest, thy own worth then not knowing, or me to whom thou gavest it, else mistaking. So thy great gift, upon misprision growing, comes home again on better judgment making. Thus have I had thee, as a dream doth flatter, in sleep a king, but waking no such matter.
Hello, my name is Karina Foja, and I'm from CRC. And I will be reading Sonnet 88. When thou shalt be disposed to set me light, and place my merit in the eye of scorn, upon thy side against myself I'll fight, and prove thee virtuous, though thou art forsworn. With mine own weakness being best acquainted, upon thy part I can set down a story of faults concealed, wherein I am attained, that thou in losing my shalt win much glory. And I by this will be a gainer too, for bending all my loving thoughts on thee. The injuries that to myself I do, doing thee vantage, double vantage me. Such is my love to thee, I so belong, that for thy right myself will bear all wrong. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name's Paige Dooley. I work over at the DeBarlo Performing Arts Center as a house manager. Thank you for letting me moonlight by reading Sonnet 89. Say that thou didst forsake me for some fault, and I will comment on that offense. Speak of my lameness, and I straight will halt against thy reasons, making no defense. Thou canst not, love, disgrace me half so ill, to set a form upon desired change. As I'll myself disgrace, knowing thy will, I will acquaintance strangle and look strange. Be absent from thy walks, and in my tongue thy sweet beloved name no more shall dwell. lest I too much profane should do it wrong, and haply of our old acquaintance tell. For thee against myself I'll vow debate, for I must ne'er love him whom thou dost hate. And while I take my sweet time signing my name, we're gonna move over to Sonnet 90. Then hate me when thou wilt, if ever now while the world is bent my deeds to cross. Join with the spite of fortune, make me bow, and do not drop in for an after loss. Do not, when my heart hath scoped this sorrow, come in a rearward of conquered woe. Give not a windy night a rainy morrow, to lingered out a purposed overthrow. If thou wilt leave me, do not leave me last, when other petty griefs have done their spite. But in the onset come, so shall I taste, at first, the very worst of fortune's might. And other strains of woe, which now seem woe, compared with loss of thee, will not seem so. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jason Comerford, the Audience Development Manager for Shakespeare at Notre Dame. Just a reminder to anybody who's watching in Midfield or on YouTube, visit us at shakespeare.nd.edu. We're also on Facebook and Instagram. Keep an eye on all that we have going on. This is Sonnet 91. Some glory in their birth, some in their skill, some in their wealth, some in their body's force, some in their garments, though newfangled ill. Some in their hawks and hounds, some in their horse. And every humor hath his adjunct pleasure, wherein it finds a joy above the rest. But these particulars are not my measure. All these I bet better in one general best. Thy love is better than high birth to me, richer than wealth, prouder than garments cost, of more delight than hawks or horses be. And, having thee, of all men's pride I boast, wretched in this alone, that thou mayest take all this away, and me most wretched make. Thank you.
I gotta read it first.
Hey, it's Alyssa again from NSR. I will be reading Sonnet 92. But do thy worst to steal thyself away, for term of life thou art assured mine. And no life no longer than thy love will stay, for it depends upon that love of thine. Then need I not to fear the worst of my wrongs. When in the least of them my life hath end, I see a better state of me belongs than that which on thy humor doth depend. Thou canst not vex me with inconstant mind, since that my life on thy revolt doth lie. On what a happy title do I find, happy to have thy love, happy to die. But what so blessed fair that fears no blot, thou mayest be false, and yet I know it not.
I am once again Anna Falk, and I will be doing Sonnet 93. So shall I live, supposing thou art true, like a deceived husband, so love's face may still seem love to me, though altered new. Thy looks with me, thy heart another place, for there can live no hatred in thine eye, therefore in that I cannot know thy change. In many's looks, the false heart's history is writ in moods and frowns and wrinkles strange. But heaven in thy creation did decree that in thy face sweet love should ever dwell. Whatever thy thoughts or thy heart's workings be, thy looks should nothing dense but sweetness tell. How like Eve's apple doth thy beauty grow, if thy sweet virtue answer not thy show.
Thank you. I'm Brittany, and I'm reading Sonnet 94. They that have power to hurt and will do none, that do not do the thing they do most do show, who, moving others, are themselves as stone, unmoved, cold, and do to temptation slow. They rightly do inherit heaven's graces, and husband nature's riches from expense. They are the lords and owners of their faces, others but stewards of their excellence. The summer's flower is to the summer's sweet, though to itself it only live and die. But if that flower with the base infection meet, the basest weed outbraves his dignity. For the sweetest things turn sourest by their deeds. Lilies that fester smell far worse than weeds.
I'm Justin. I'll read Sonnet 95 and 96. A twofer. How sweet and lovely dost thou make the shame, which, like a canker in the fragrant rose, doth spot the beauty of thy budding name. Oh, in what sweets dost thou thy sins enclose? That tongue that tells the story of thy days, making lascivious comments on thy sport, cannot dispraise, but in a kind of praise, naming thy name blesses an ill report. Oh, what a mansion have those vices got, which for their habitation chose out thee, where beauty's veil doth cover every blot, and all things turn to fair that eyes can see. Take heed, dear heart, of this large privilege. The hardest knife, ill used, doth lose its edge. And 96. Some say thy fault is youth, some wantonness. Some say thy grace is youth and gentle sport. Both grace and faults are loved of more and less. Thou makest false graces that to thee resort. As on the finger of a throned queen, the basest jewel will be well esteemed. So are those errors that in thee are seen, to truths translated and for true things deemed. How many lambs might the stem wolf betray, if like a lamb he could his looks translate? How many gazers mightst thou lead away, if thou wouldst use the strength of all thy state? But do not so. I love thee in such sort, as thou being mine, mine is thy good report. Thanks.
Hey, I'm Seth Brown. I teach in the Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry here, and I'm honored to be able to read Sonnets 97, 98, and 99. Sonnet 97. How like a winter hath my absence been from thee, the pleasure of the fleeting year. What freezings have I felt, what dark days seen, what old December's bareness everywhere. And yet, this time removed was summer's time, the teeming autumn, big with rich increase, bearing the wanton burden of the prime, like widowed wombs after their lord's decease. Yet this abundant issue seemed to me but hope of orphans and unfathered fruit. For summer and his pleasures wait on thee, and thou away, the very birds are mute. Or if they sing, 'tis with so dull a cheer that leaves look pale, dreading the winter's near. Sonnet 98. From you have I been absent in the spring, when proud-pied April, dressed in all his trim, hath put a spirit of youth in everything, that heavy Saturn laughed and leaped with him. Yet nor the lays of birds, nor the sweet smell of different flowers, in odor and in hue, could make me any summer's story tell, or from their proud lap pluck them where they grew. Nor did I wonder at the lilies white, nor praise the deep vermilion in the rose. They were but sweet, but figures of delight, drawn after you, you pattern of all those. Yet seemed it winter still, and you away, as with your shadow, I with these did play. Sonnet 99. The forward violet thus did I chide. Sweet thief, whence didst thou steal thy sweet that smells, if not from my love's breath? The purple pride which on thy soft cheek for complexion dwells, in my love's veins thou hast too grossly dyed. The lily I condemned it for thy hand, and buds of marjoram had stolen thy hair. The roses fearfully on thorns did stand, one blushing shame, another white despair. A third, nor red nor white, had stolen of both. and to his robbery had annexed thy breath. But for his theft and pride of all his growth, a vengeful canker eat him up to death. More flowers I noted, yet I none could see, but sweet or color it had stolen from thee. Thanks.
Just waiting a few moments for our next speaker to arrive, which I think might be happening now, but give us just a moment, please.
Hi, everybody. I am not Peter Holland, but I'm taking the first of this group of three because I practiced it. And then I'm told I have several I have to do without practicing, so that will be funny. But this one I practiced. I'm Romana Huck. I'm in the English department. Sonnet 100. Where art thou, Muse, that thou forgetst so long to speak of that which gives thee all thy might? Spend'st thou thy fury on some worthless song, darkening thy power to lend base subjects light? Return, forgetful Muse, and straight redeem in gentle numbers time so idly spent. Sing to the ear that doth thou thy lays esteem, and gives thy pen both skill and argument. Rise, resty Muse, my love's sweet face survey, if time have any wrinkle graven there. If any, be a satire to decay, and make time's spoils despised everywhere. Give my love fame faster than time wastes life, so thou preventst his scythe and crooked knife.
And I am Peter Holland. O truant Muse, what shall be thy amends for thy neglect of truth in beauty dyed? Both truth and beauty on my love depends. So dost thou too, and therein dignified. Make answer, Muse. Wilt thou not happily say, truth needs no colour with his colour fixed, beauty no pencil, beauty's truth to lay, but best is best if never intermixed? Because he needs no praise, wilt thou be dumb? Excuse not silence so, for it lies in thee to make him much outlive a gilded tomb, and to be praised of ages yet to be. Then do thy office, Muse. I teach thee how to make him seem long hence as he shows now. My love is strengthened, though more weak in seeming. I love not less, though less the show appear. That love is merchandised, whose rich esteeming the owner's tongue doth publish everywhere. Our love was new, and then but in the spring, when I was wont to greet it with my lays, as Philomel in summer's front doth sing, and stops her pipe in growth of riper days. Not that summer is less pleasant now than when her mournful hymns did hush the night, but that wild music burthens every bough, and sweets grown common lose their dear delight. Therefore, like her, I sometime hold my tongue, because I would not dull you with my song.
My kingdom for an English accent. Sonnet 103. Alack, what poverty my muse brings forth, that having such a scope to show her pride, the argument all bare is of more worth than when it hath my added praise beside. Oh, blame me not if I no more can write. Look in your glass, and there appears a face that o'ergoes my blunt invention quite, dulling my lines and doing me disgrace. Were it not sinful then, striving to mend, to mar the subject that before was well? For to no other pass my verses tend than of your graces and your gifts to tell. And more, much more, than in my verse can sit, your own glass shows you when you look in it.
In this Shakespearean relay race, I'm up to sonnet 104. To me, fair friend, you never can be old, for as you were when first your eye I eyed, such seems your beauty still. 3 winters cold have from the forest shook 3 summers' pride, 3 beauteous springs to yellow autumn turned, in process of the seasons have I seen. 3 April perfumes in 3 hot Junes burned, since first I saw you fresh, which yet are green. Ah, yet doth beauty, like a dial hand, steal from his figure, and no pace perceived. So your sweet hue, which methinks still doth stand, hath motion, and mine eye may be deceived. For fear of which, hear this, thou age unbred, ere you were born, was beauty's summer dead. Let not my love be called idolatry, nor my beloved as an idle show, since all alike my songs and praises be to one, of one, still such, and ever so. Kind is my love today, tomorrow kind, still constant in a wondrous excellence. Therefore my verse to constancy confined, one thing expressing, leaves out difference. Fair, kind, and true is all my argument. Fair, kind, and true, varying to other words. And in this change is my invention spent, 3 themes in one, which wondrous scope affords. Fair, kind, and true have often lived alone, which 3 till now never kept seat in one.
Really pleased to welcome Mayor James Mueller of South Bend here for the next 3 sonnets.
When in the chronicle of wasted time, I see descriptions of the fairest whites, and beauty making beautiful old rhyme in praise of ladies dead and lovely knights. Then, in the blazon of sweet beauty's best, of hand, of foot, of lip, of eye, of brow, I see antique pen which should have expressed even such a beauty as you master now. So all their praises are but prophecies of this our time, all you prefiguring. And for they looked but with divining eyes, they had not skill enough your worth to sing. For we, which now behold these present days, had eyes to wander, but lack tongues to praise. Not mine own fears, nor the prophetic soul of the wide world dreaming on things to come, can yet the lease of my true love control, suppose a forfeit to a confined doom. The mortal moon hath her eclipse endured, and the sad augurs mock their own presage. Uncertainties now crown themselves assured, and peace proclaims olives of endless age. Now, with the drops of this most balmy time, my love looks fresh, and death to me subscribes. Since, spite of him, I'll live in this poor rhyme, while he insults o'er dull and speechless tribes, and thou in that shalt find thy monument when tyrants' crests and tombs of brass are spent. What's in the brain that ink may character, which hath not figured to thee my true spirit? What's new to speak, what new to register, that may express my love or thy dear merit? Nothing, sweet boy, but yet, like prayers divine, I must each day say o'er the very same. Counting no old things old, thou mine, I thine, even when thou first I hallowed thy fair name. So that eternal love in love's fresh case weighs not the dust and injury of age, nor gives to necessary wrinkles place, but makes antiquity for aye his page. Finding the first conceit of love there bred, where love in outward form would show it dead.
All right, hello, my name is Tobias Garcia. I am currently an AmeriCorps serving with the Robinson Shakespeare Company at the Robinson Community Learning Center, also oftentimes collaborator with Notre Dame Shakespeare Festival, and I'll be reading 109 through 111 for you.
Oh, never say that I was false of heart, though absence seemed my flame to qualify. As easy might I from myself depart, as from my soul which in thy breast doth lie. That is my home of love, if I have ranged. Let, like him that travels, I return again, just to the time, not with the time exchanged, so that myself bring water for my stain, never believe, though in my nature reigned, all frailties that besiege all kinds of blood, that it could so prosperously be stained, to leave for nothing all thy sum of good, for nothing this wide universe I call. Save thou, my rose, in it thou art my all. Alas, 'tis true, I have gone here and there, and made myself a motley to the view, gored mine own thoughts,
sold cheap what is most dear, made old offenses of affections new. Most true it is that I have looked on truth. Askance and strangely, but by all above, these blenches gave my heart another youth, and more essays proved thee my best of love. Now all is done, of what shall have no end. Mine appetite I never more will grind, a newer proof to try an older friend, a God in love to whom I am confined. Then give me welcome, next my heaven the best, even to thy pure and most loving breast. Oh, for my sake do you with fortune chide, the guilty goddess of my harmful deeds, that did not better for my life provide than public means which public manners breed. Thence comes it that my name perceives a brand, and almost thence my nature is subdued to what it works in like the dyer's hand. Pity me then, and wish I were renewed, whilst like a willing patient I will drink potions of isle against my strong infection, no bitterness that I will bitter think, nor double penance to correct correction. Pity me then, dear friend, and I assure ye, even that your pity is enough to cure me. Oh, thank you. Simon.
Hey, it's Alyssa from NSR again. With the doublet this time, had to have the drip. I'll be reading Sonnet 112. Your love and pity doth the impression fill, which vulgar scandal stamped upon my brow. For what care I who calls me well or ill? So you o'er green my bad, my good allow. You are my all the world, and I must strive to know my shames and praises from your tongue. None else to me, nor I to none alive, that my steeled sense or changes right or wrong. In so profound abyss I throw all care of others' voices, that my adder sense to critic and to flatterer stopped are. Mark how with my neglect I do dispense. You are so strongly in my purpose bred, that all the world besides methinks are dead.
Hello, my name is Whoa, sorry. Hello, my name is Anna Falk. I'm part of NSR, and I'll be reading Sonnet 114. Wait, 113. My bad. Since I left you, mine eye is in my mind, and that which governs me to go about doth part his function, and is partly blind. Seems seeing, but effectually is out, for it no form delivers to the heart of bird, of flower, or shape, which it doth latch. Of his quick objects hath the mind no part, nor his own vision holds what it doth catch. For if it see the rudest or gentlest sight, the most sweet favor of deformest creature, the mountain or the sea, the day or night, the crow or dove, it shapes them to your feature. Incapable of more, replete with you, my most true mind thus makes mine eye untrue. You want it?
What's up? My name is John. I'm also from NSR, and I'll be reading Sonnet 114. Or whether doth my mind, being crowned with you, drink up the monarch's plague, this flattery? Or whether shall I say mine eye saith true, and that your love taught in this alchemy, to make monsters and things indigest, such cherubims as such your sweet self reassemble, crafting each bad a perfect best, as fast as objects to his beams assemble. Oh, 'tis the first, 'tis flattery in my seeing, and in my great mind most kingly drinks it up. Mine eyes well knows that what with his gust is green, and to his palate doth prepare his cup. If it be poisoned, 'tis the lesser sin, that mine eye loves and doth first begin.
Hi, I'm Allison Pager. I'll be reading 115 through 117. Thank you. Those lines that I before have writ do lie, even those that said I could not love you dearer. Yet then my judgment knew no reason why my most full flame should afterwards burn clearer. But reckoning time, whose millioned accidents creep in twixt vows and change decrees of kings, tan sacred beauty, blunt the sharpest intents, divert strong minds to the course of altering things. Alas, why, fearing of time's tyranny, might I not then say, now I love you best, when I was certain or in certainty, crowning the present, doubting of the rest? Love is a babe, then might I not say so, to give full growth to that which still doth grow? Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. No, it is an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error, and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. Accuse me thus, that I have scanted all wherein I should your great deserts repay, forgot upon your dearest love to call, whereto all bonds do tie me day by day. That I have frequent been with unknown minds and given to time your own dear purchased right. That I have hoisted sail to all the winds, which should transport me farthest from your sight. Book both my willfulness and errors down, and on just proof surmise accumulate. Bring me within the level of your frown, but shoot not at me in your wakened hate. Since my appeal says I did strive to prove the constancy and virtue of your love. That's me.
I will read sonnets 118 to 120. Like as, to make our appetites more keen, with eager compounds we our palate urge, As, to prevent our maladies unseen, we sicken to shun sickness when we purge. Even so, being tough of your ne'er cloying sweetness, to bitter sauces did I frame my feeding, and sick of welfare, found a kind of meekness, to be diseased ere that there was true needing. Thus policy and love to anticipate, the ills that were not grew to false assured, and brought to medicine a healthful state, which, rank of goodness, would ill be cured. But thence I learn and find the lesson true, drugs poison him that so fell sick of you. What potions have I drunk of siren tears, distilled from limbecks, foul as hell within, applying fears to hopes and hopes to fears, still losing when I saw myself to win. What wretched errors hath my heart committed, whilst it hath thought itself so blessed never? How have mine eyes out of their spheres been fitted in the distraction of this madding fever? O benefit of ill! Now I find true that better is by evil still made better, and ruined by love when it is built anew, grows fairer than at first, more strong, far greater. So I return rebuked to my content, and gain by ill thrice more than I have spent. That you were once unkind befriends me now, and for that sorrow which I then did feel, needs must I under my transgression bow, unless my nerves were brass or hammered steel. For if you were by my unkindness shaken, as I by yours, you've passed a hell of time, and I, a tyrant, have no leisure taken to weigh how once I suffered in your crime. Oh, that our night of woe might have remembered my deepest sense, how hard true sorrow hits, and soon to you, as you to me, then tendered, the humble slave which wounded bosoms fits. But that your trespass now become a fee, mine ransom yours, and yours must ransom me.
Hello again, my name is Kate Kappelman. I am the newest member of the Shakespeare and Notre Dame team. I'll be reading sonnets 121 through 126. 'Tis better to be vile than vile esteemed, when not to be received reproach of being, and the just pleasure lost which is so deemed, not by our feelings, but by others' seeing. For why should others' false adulterate eyes give salutation to my sportive blood? Or on my frailties why are frailer spies, which in their wills count bad what I think good? No, I am that I am, and they that level at my abuses reckon up their own. I may be straight, though they themselves be bevel. By their rank thoughts my deeds must not be shown. Unless this general evil they maintain, all men are bad, and in their badness reign. Sonnet 122. Thy gift, thy tables, are within my brain, full charactered with lasting memory, which shall above that idle rank remain beyond all date, even to eternity. Or, at the least, so long as brain and heart have faculty by nature to subsist, till each to raised oblivion yield his part of thee, thy record never can be missed. That poor retention could not so much hold, nor need I tallies thy dear love to score. Therefore, to give them from me was I bold, to trust those tables that receive thee more. To keep an adjunct to remember thee, were to import forgetfulness in me. Sonnet 123. No, time, thou shalt not boast that I do change. Thy pyramids built up with newer might to me are nothing novel, nothing strange. They are but dressings of a former sight. Our dates are brief, and therefore we admire what thou dost foist upon us that is old, and rather make them born to our desire than think that we before have heard them told. Thy registers and thee I both defy, not wondering at the present nor the past. For thy records, and what we see doth lie, made more or less by thy continual haste. This I do vow, and this ever shall ever be. I will be true, despite thy scythe and thee. Sonnet 124. If my dear love were but the child of state, it might for fortune's bastard be unfathered, as subject to time's love or to time's hate, weeds among weeds, or flowers with flowers gathered. No, it was builded far from accident. It suffers not in smiling pomp, nor falls under the blow of thralled discontent. Whereto the inviting time our fashion calls, it fears not policy, that heretic which works on leases of short-numbered hours, but all alone stands hugely politic, that it nor grows with heat, nor drowns with showers. To this I witness call the fools of time, which die for goodness who have lived for crime. Sonnet 125. Were it aught to me I bore the canopy, with my extern the outward honoring, or laid great bases for eternity which prove more short than waste or ruining. Have I not seen dwellers on form and favor lose all, and more by paying too much rent, for compound sweet foregoing simple savor, pitiful thrivers in their gazing spent? No, let me be obsequious in thy heart, and take thou my oblation, poor but free, which is not mixed with seconds, knows no art but mutual render, only me for thee. Hence thou suborned informer, a true soul, when most impeached, stands least in thy control. My final one, Sonnet 126. O thou, my lovely boy, who in thy power dost hold time's fickle glass, his sickle, hour, who hast by waning grown, and therein showest thy lovers withering as thy sweet self growest. If nature, sovereign mistress over wreck, as though thou goest onward, still will pluck thee back, she keeps thee to this purpose, that her skill may time disgrace and wretched minutes kill. Yet fear her, O thou minion of her pleasure. She may detain, but not still keep her treasure. Her audit, though delayed, answered must be, and her quietus is to render thee. Thank you so much.
My name is Annabelle Worley, and I'm reading sonnets 127 through 129. Sonnet 127. In the old age, black was not counted fair, or if it were, it bore not beauty's name. But now is black beauty's successive heir, and beauty slandered with a bastard shame. For since each hand hath put on nature's power, fairing the foul with art's false borrowed face, sweet beauty hath no name, no holy bower, but is profaned, if not lives in disgrace. Therefore my mistress's brows are raven black, her eyes so suited, and they mourners seem. At such who, not born fair, no beauty lack, slandering creation with a false esteem. Yet so they mourn, becoming of their woe, that every tongue says beauty should look so. How oft, Sonnet 128. How oft, when thou my music playest, upon that blessed wood whose motion sounds, with thy sweet fingers, when thou gently swayest, the wiry concord that mine ear confounds, do I envy those jacks, that nimble leap, to kiss the tender inward of thy hand, whilst my poor lips, which should that harvest reap, at the wood's boldness by thee blushing stand. To be so tickled, they would change their state and situation with those dancing chips, or whom thy fingers walk with gentle gait, making dead wood more blessed than living lips. Since saucy jacks are so happy in this, give them thy fingers, me thy lips to kiss. Sonnet 129. The expense of a spirit in a waste of shame is lust in action, and till action, lust, is perjured, murderous, bloody, full of blame, savage, extreme, rude, cruel, not to trust, enjoyed no sooner but despised straight, past reason hunted, and no sooner had, past reason hated as a swallowed bait, on purpose laid to make the taker mad, mad in pursuit and in possession so, had, having, and in quest to have, extreme, a bliss in proof, and proved a very woe. Before a joy proposed, behind a dream, all this the world knows, and yet none knows well, to shun the heaven that leads men to this hell.
Our next reader is a no-show. It's open. Any volunteers from the floor? No bravery? All right, I'll read the first one. And Jenny, we do the next? Sonnet 130. It is a good one, right? My mistress' eyes are nothing like the sun. Coral is far more red than her lips red. If snow be white, why then her breasts are done. If hairs be wires, black wires grow on her head. I've seen roses damasked, red and white, but no such roses see I in her cheeks. And in some perfumes there is more delight than in the breath that from my mistress reeks. I love to hear her speak, yet well I know that music hath a far more pleasing sound. I grant I never saw a goddess go, my mistress, when she walks, treads on the ground. And yet, by heaven, I think my love as rare as any sheep alive with false compare. Thank you.
Okay, Sonnet 131, read in Spanish, poorly. Tú puedes ser tirana tal cual eres. ¿Cómo es que, por bellas, son tiranas? Pues sabes que mi corazón ferviente te tiene por la joya más preciada. Algunos dicen de tu rostro, al verlo, que nunca haría gemia de amor a nadie. Yo juro, estando a solas, que no es cierto, mas callo y no me atrevo a contestarles. Sé que no juro en vano, pues tu rostro me arranca, no un gemido, sino miles. Y así van demostrando uno tras otro que tu negrura me es irresistible. No hay nada negro en ti salvo tus actos y es justa la calumnia en ese caso.
Hi, I'm Mark Pager. Thine eyes I love, and they, as pitying me, knowing thy heart torments me with disdain, have put on black and loving mourners be, looking with pretty ruth upon my pain. And truly not the morning sun of heaven better becomes the gray cheeks of the east, nor that full star that ushers in the even, doth half that glory to the sober west, as those two morning eyes become thy face. Ah, that it then as well beseem thy heart to mourn for me, since mourning doth thee grace, and suit thy pity like in every part. Then will I swear beauty herself is black, and all they foul that thy complexion lack.
Sonnet 133. Beshrew that heart that makes my heart to groan, for that deep wound it gives my friend and me. Sit not enough to torture me alone, but slave to slavery my sweetest friend must be. Me from myself thy cruel eye hath taken, and my next self thou harder hast engrossed. Of him myself and thee I am forsaken. A torment thrice threefold thus to be crossed. Prison my heart in thy steel bosom's ward. But then my friend's heart, let my poor heart bail. Whoever keeps me, let my heart be his guard. Thou canst not use thy rigor in my gall. And yet thou wilt, for I being pent in thee, perforce am thine, and all that is in me. Sonnet 134. So now I have confessed that he is thine, and I myself am mortgaged to thy will. Myself I'll forfeit, so that other mine thou wilt restore to be my comfort still. But thou wilt not, nor he will not be free, for thou art covetous, and he is kind. He learned but surety like to write for me, under that bond that him as fast doth bind. The statute of thy beauty thou wilt take, thou usurer that putst forth all to use, and sue a friend came debtor for my sake, so him I lose through my unkind abuse. Him I have lost, thou hast both him and me. He pays the whole, and yet am I not free. Sonnet 135. Whoever hath her wish, thou hast thy will, and will to boot, and will in overplus. More than enough am I that vex thee still, to thy sweet will making addition thus. Wilt thou, whose will is large and spacious, not once vouchsafe to hide my will in thine? shall will in others seem right gracious. And I my will no fair acceptance shine. The sea all water, yet receives rain still, and in abundance addeth to his store. So thou, being rich in will, add to thy will one will of mine, to make thy large will more. Let no unkind, no fair beseechers kill. Think all but one, and me in that one will.
I'm Tommy Liddy. This is Sonnet 136. If thy soul check thee that I come so near, swear to thy blind soul that I was thy will, and will thy soul knows is admitted there. Thus far for love, my love sweet fulfill, will fulfill the treasure of thy love. I fill it full of wills, and my will one. In things of great receipt with ease we prove, among a number one is reckoned none. Then in the number let me pass untold, though in my store's account I one must be. For nothing hold me, so it please thee hold, that nothing me a something sweet to thee. Make but my name thy love, and love that still. And then thou lovest me, for my name is Will. Sonnet 137. Thou blind fool, love, what dost thou to mine eyes? That they behold and see not what they see. They know what beauty is, see where it lies. Yet, what the best is take what the worst to be. If eyes corrupt by over-partial looks, be anchored in the bay where all men ride, why, of eyes' falsehood hast thou forged hooks, whereto the judgment of my heart is tied? Why should my heart think that a several plot, which my heart knows the wide world's commonplace? Or mine eyes, seeing this, say this is not, to put fair truth upon so foul a face? In things right true, my heart and eyes have erred, and to this false plague are they now transferred. Sonnet 138. When my love swears that she is made of truth, I do believe her, though I know she lies. That she might think me some untutored youth, unlearned in the world's false subtleties, thus vainly thinking that she thinks me young. Although she knows my days are past the best, simply I credit her false-speaking tongue. On both sides, thus is simple truth suppressed. But wherefore, says she, not she is unjust? And wherefore say not I that I am old? Oh, love's best habit is in seeming trust, and age in love loves not to have years told. Therefore, I lie with her, and she with me, and in our faults, by lies we flattered be.
Hello, I'm Mark Pager. I'll be reading the next three of them. Call not me to justify the wrong that thy unkindness lays upon my heart. Wound me not with thine eye, but with thy tongue. Use power with power, and slay me not by art. Tell me thou lovest elsewhere, but in my sight, dear heart, forbear to glance thine eye aside. What needst thou wound with cunning, when thy might is more than my o'erpressed defense can bide? Let me excuse thee. My love well knows her pretty looks have been mine enemies, and therefore from my face she turns my foes. They elsewhere might dart their injuries. Yet do not so. But since I am near slain, kill me outright with looks, and rid my pain. Sonnet 140. Be wise as thou art cruel. Do not press my tongue-tied patience with too much disdain, lest sorrow lend me words, and words express the manner of my pity-wanting pain. If I might teach thee wits, better it were, though not to love, yet love to tell me so. As testy sick men, when their deaths be near, no news but health from their physicians know. For if I should despair, I should grow mad, and in my madness might speak ill of thee. Now this ill-resting world is grown so bad, mad slanderers by mad ears believe it be. That I may not be so, nor thou belied, bear thine eyes straight, though thy proud heart go wide. Sonnet 141. In faith, I do not love thee with mine eyes, for they in thee 1,000 errors note. But 'tis my heart that loves what they despise, who in despite of you is pleased to dote. Nor are mine ears with thy tongue's tune delighted, nor tender feeling to base touches prone, nor taste nor smell desire to be invited to any sensual feast with thee alone. But my 5 wits nor my 5 senses can dissuade one foolish heart from serving thee, who leaves unswayed the likeness of a man, thy proud heart slave and vassal wretch to be. Only my plague thus far I count my gain, that she that makes me sin awards my pain.
Hello, I'm Megan Heffernan, and I'm doing 142, 143, and 144. I'm mainly here for 143, which is a delightfully weird sonnet about a housewife chasing after a chicken. Love is my sin, and thy dear virtue hate. Hate of my sin, grounded on sinful loving. Oh, but with mine compare thou thine own state, and thou shalt find it merits not reproving. Or if it do, not from those lips of thine that have profaned their scarlet ornaments and sealed false bonds of love as oft as mine, robbed others' beds, revenues of their rents. Be it lawful I love thee, as thou lovest those whom thine eyes woo as mine importune thee. Root pity in thy heart, that when it grows, thy pity may deserve to pitied be. If thou dost seek to have what thou dost hide, by self-example mayest thou be denied. Here we go, here's the housewife. Lo, as a careful housewife runs to catch one of her feathered creatures broke away, sets down her babe and makes in swift dispatch in pursuit of the thing she would have stay, whilst her neglected child holds her in chase, cries to catch her, whose busy care is bent to follow that which flies before her face, not prizing her poor infant's discontent. So runnest thou after that which flies from thee, whilst I thy babe chase thee afar behind. But if thou catch thy hope, turn back to me and play the mother's part, kiss me, be kind. So I will pray that thou mayst have thy will, if thou turn back, and my loud crying still. 144. 2 loves I have, of comfort and despair, which like 2 spirits do suggest me still. The better angel is a man right fair, the worser spirit a woman colored ill. To win me soon to hell, my female evil tempteth my better angel from my side, and would corrupt my saint to be a devil, wooing his purity with her foul pride. And whether that my angel be turned fiend, suspect I may, but not directly tell.
But being both from me, both to each friend, I guess one angel in another's hell. Yet this shall I never know, but live in doubt. To my bad angel, fire my good one out. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kirsty Hansen, and I will be reading sonnets 145 through 147. Those lips that love's own hand did make breathed forth the sound that said, I hate. But when she saw my woeful state, straight in her heart did mercy come, chiding that tongue that ever sweet was used in giving gentle doom. And taught it thus anew to greet, I hate she altered with an end, that followed it as gentle day doth follow night, who like a fiend from heaven to hell is flown away. I hate from hate away she threw and saved my life, saying, not you. 146. Poor soul, the center of my sinful earth, fooled these rebel powers that thee array. Why dost thou pine within and suffer dearth, painting thy outward walls so costly, gay? Why so large cost, having so short a lease? Dost thou upon thy fading mansion spend? Shall worms, inheritors of this excess, eat up thy charge? Is this thy body's end? Then soul, live thou upon thy servant's loss, and let that pine to aggravate thy store by terms divine in selling hours of dross. Within be fed, without be rich no more. So shalt thou feed on death that feeds on men. And death once said, there's no more dying then. All right. Sonnet 147. My love is as a fever, longing still for that which longer nurseth the disease, feeding on that which doth preserve the ill, that the uncertain sickly appetite to please. My reason, the physician to my love, angry that his prescriptions are not kept, hath left me, and I desperate now approve. Desire is death, which physic did accept. Past cure I am, now reason is past care, and frantic mad with evermore unrest. My thoughts and my discourse and mad men's are, at random from the truth vainly expressed. For I have sworn thee fair, and thoughtful thee bright, who art as black as hell, as dark as night.
This is Sonnet 148. Oh me, what eyes hath love put in my head, which have no correspondence with true sight? Or if they have, where is my judgment fled that censures falsely what they see aright? If that be fair, whereon my false eyes dote, what means the world to say it is not so? If it be not, then love doth well denote love's eye is not so true as all men's know. How can it be? Oh, how can love's eye be true that is so vexed with watching and with tears? No marvel then, though I mistake my view. The sun itself sees not till heaven clears. O cunning love, with tears thou keepest me blind, lest eyes well seeing thy foul faults should find. Sonnet 149. Canst thou, O cruel, say I love thee not, when I against myself with thee partake? Do I not think on thee, when I forgot am of myself, all tyrant for thy sake?
who hateth thee that I do call my friend? On whom frownst thou that I do fawn upon? Nay, if thou lourest on me, do I not spend revenge upon myself with present moan? What merit do I in my self-respect that is so proud thy service to despise, when all my best doth worship thy defect, commanded by the motion of thine eyes? But love, hate on, for now I know thy mind. Those that can see thou lovest, and I am blind. Sonnet 150. Oh, from what power hast thou this powerful might with insufficiency my heart to sway? To make me give the lie to my true sight and swear that brightness doth not grace the day? Whence hast thou this becoming of things ill, that in the very refuse of thy deeds there is such strength and warranties of skill that in my mind thy worst all best exceeds? Who taught thee how to make me love thee more, the more I hear and see just cause of hate? Oh, though I love what others do abhor, with others thou shouldst not abhor my state. If thy unworthiness raised love in me, more worthy I to be beloved of thee.
Hello, my name is Christy Burgess. I'm the Shakespeare Program Director at the Robinson Community Learning Center. If you feel these sonnets are romantic, then they are dedicated to my husband, Scott Jackson. If they are not dedicated, or if they're not romantic, then yes. Thank you. I've got some ringers in the audience. Love is too young to know what conscience is, yet who knows not conscience is born of love. Then, gentle cheater, urge not my miss, lest guilty of my faults thy sweet self prove. For thou betraying me, I do betray my nobler parts to my gross body's treason. My soul doth tell my body that he may triumph in love. Flesh stays no farther reason, but rising at thy name doth point out thee as his triumphant prize. Proud of this prize, he is contented by thy poor drudge to be, to stand in thy affairs, fall by thy side. No want of conscience hold it that I call her love, for whose dear love I rise and fall. Thanks, guys. Oh. Wow, I read that one a while ago. We should put like dates in here, like the years that we read. I know all right, I did not read this one. Sonnet 152. In loving thee, thou knowest I am forsworn, but thou art twice forsworn, to me love swearing. And act thy bed vow broke, and new faith torn, and vowing new hate after new love bearing. But why of two oaths breach do I accuse thee? When I break 20, I am perjured most. For all my vows are oaths, but to misuse thee, and all my honest faith in thee is lost. For I have sworn deep oaths of thy deep kindness, oaths of thy love, thy truth, thy constancy, and to enlighten thee gave eyes to blindness, or made them swear against the thing they see. For I have sworn thee fair, most perjured I, to swear against the truth, so foul a lie. Thank you. This is my husband. I'm not just kissing random people.
So we're at the last two sonnets, if you can believe it, 153 and 154, and it's my honor to introduce Devon Glover, the Sonnet Man, who's actually going to be doing a concert on this stage at 5 p.m., and he's here to close us up with sonnets 153, 154, and tell us what to expect at 5 o'clock today. Take it away, Devon.
Hello, all. 5 o'clock. I actually teach and perform Shakespeare's words through hip hop as a sonnet man. And 5 o'clock, I will be putting some of Shakespeare's more recognizable sonnets and soliloquies into a beat as if Shakespeare was a rapper, MC Bard. Then we're gonna do some translation, have some fun with it. If you know them, sing along. It's easy to put to a beat. I'm here to take it home with 153 and 154. Sonnet 153. Cupid laid by his brand and fell asleep. A maid of Diane this advantage found, and his love kindling fire did quickly steep in the cold valley mountain of that ground, which borrowed from this holy fire of love a dateless lively heat, still to endure, and grew a seething bath, which yet men prove against strange maladies, a sovereign cure. But at my mistress' eyes, love brand new fired. The boy for trial needs would touch my breast. I sick with all the help of bath desired, and thither hide a sad distempered guest. But found no cure, the bath for which help lies, where Cupid got new fire, my mistress' eyes. Sonnet 54. Congrats to everybody finishing this wonderful Sonnetfest. I'm happy to take it home, though. Yes, the little love god lying once asleep, laid by his side, his heart in flaming brand, whilst many nymphs that vowed chase the life to keep, but came tripping by, but in her maiden hand, the fairest votary took up that fire, which many legions of true hearts had warmed. And so the general of hot desire was sleeping by a virgin hand disarmed. This brand she quenched in a cool well by, which from love's fire took heat perpetual, grew in a bath in helpful remedy for men diseased. But I, my mistress thrall, came here for cure, and this by that I prove, love fire heats water, and water cools not love. Please come back at 5 o'clock and sing along with me some of Shakespeare's wonderful poetry. Thank y'all for enjoying the Sonnetfest.
Thank you all so much. Sonnetfest 2024 is complete. After 8 years away, it was nice to be back and have this book here because, as Christy noticed too, I looked down at something I read and I'm like, oh, I read that too, like 8, 9, 10 years ago. So it's nice to just bring this tradition back. As Devon said, we'll be back here on this stage at 5 p.m. With a performance by Devon, probably about an hour and 15 minutes or so. So please join us back here in just a few hours. Thank you.
Just say it's wireless. Feel free to pull it off. That way you're actually, your main thing is around the stage. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. We'll get some cables swapped out.
Good afternoon, good evening. Thanks everyone for coming out tonight. Those of you, thank you so much that joined us this afternoon for our relaunch of Sonnetfest 2024, which was fantastic. So thanks to our readers. Thanks for all the support from Duncan, from student activities, from the College of Arts and Letters, from Eventsys. And we're all here now to welcome someone pretty extraordinary here to campus. His first time visiting us is Devon Glover, the Sonnet Man, also known as the Sonnet Man over here. Thank you. So Devon is a teacher, rapper, poet, playwright, and actor from Brooklyn. He performed Shakespeare's sonnets through hip hop as the Sonnet Man in schools and theaters across the globe. He's appeared on NBC, MSNBC, BBC, and in conferences and Shakespeare festivals worldwide, including Stratford, Ontario, and Stratford-upon-Avon. He's taught with Stratford Shakespeare, with Passion and Practice, the Shakespeare Birthplace Trust, and Southern Shakespeare. He's written adaptations of Shakespeare for various theater companies, including in the summer of 2019, when he was commissioned to write a hip-hop adaptation of Shakespeare's Twelfth Night with Lyrica. In 2022, Devon made his directorial debut with Othello for Flagstaff Shakespeare. And just this past summer of 2023, I was there with him, he was brought in to compose and create sound design for Prague Shakespeare's Roman Daggers, directed by Lisa Volpe, a mashup of Julius Caesar and Antony Cleopatra. And he also played the role of Cinna the Poet in that production. So for all of you who would like to learn more about Devon, stay abreast of him traveling the globe constantly, you can visit him at sonnetman.com. And without further ado, let's welcome him to the stage. Devon Glover, the Sonnet Man.
Mic check. Y'all can hear me, right? Let me give you a quick intro. Mic check. I'm Devon Glover, the speaker, poet, rapper, teacher, tutor, with a nice program special for the future. The Sonnet Man, Shakespeare's lessons through music. A sonnet's a poem with 14 lines. Shakespeare formed the design as formula rhyme, leading me to weaving a few lyrics to break it down, make it more meaningful, hip and cool, an interactive introduction to kids to one of the greatest writers who ever lived, with over 50 million students in the U.S. Some find it hard to understand the bard. His modern language, we should embrace it. Let's learn and appreciate it. I'm determined to be his savior. Past shows with my indication. He provides inspiration, daring all to be innovative. Work has led to many presentations from 3rd to 12th graders. A presence in the breaker with several other schools already waiting. Requests that I plan to make, cause I'm dedicated to education. By the way, I need a favor. With your help, I know we gon' make it. Check my website out, hop aboard with it. Sonnetman.com, only 4 minutes. I have a plan to edutain the mass with sonnets in every class. This is my little letter asking for help from y'all. A tip jar to get this kick started. I have a plan to edutain the mass with sonnets in every class. This is my little letter asking for help from y'all. A tip jar to get this kick started. Thanks for listening, y'all. Let's get started. Hello, y'all. How y'all doing today? My name is Devon Glover, and I rap and I teach math. I also teach poetry, write for a company named Flocabulary. Also write and perform for companies like Gold Noodle, Lalilo, doing voiceover work, and I like to teach Shakespeare because I was an amazing high school student, but failed one class, English honors, because of Shakespeare. And this road, when I began helping, it was actually like a business. It was like a business exchange between me and Shakespeare. Now it just became a nice connection, the fondness of his work. Going to give y'all some insight of what I do. And luckily for Valentine's Day, he wrote 154 love sonnets, which you'll hear through Shakespeare just from the format of his writing. You'll hear Shakespeare's words verbatim put to a beat as if Shakespeare was a rapper. Then you'll hear me translated it, bridging the gap from the late 1500s, 1600s to 2024. This would actually be his, if he was alive, 460th birthday. From Stratford upon Avon to Brooklyn, down to Notre Dame. It's like a hip hop cliff notes, basically. Yeah, and they all have different meanings, and it'll give you some insight either before and or after them. Some are going to be fast, some will be slow, some will be some sing-alongs. We don't know. We might dance. I don't know. We're just going to have some fun, but we're going to make Shakespeare very cool and interesting. I'm not going to do 154 because we'll be here till like 9, but I'm going to do some of his more famous ones and the ones that connect to my story. First one I'm going to do is Sonnet 29. This is a good one that I like also doing in schools as well as doing in theaters and doing in adult shows. They all have nice meanings to them. And hopefully we'll have the words up on the screen. He has a wonderful rhythm, wonderful rhyme within his work. So if you catch the beat and you want to rap along, it's easy to rap along with me. This first one is going to be Sonnet 29. I would ask can y'all hear me, but y'all can hear me, right? Sounds perfect. Nice little letter thanking for being that, words of encouragement, that shoulder to lean on. Sonnet 29. When in disgrace with fortune in men's eyes, I all alone be weak, my outcast state, in troubled deaf heaven with my bootless cries, and look upon myself and curse my fate. Wish it me like to one more rich and hope, featured like him with friends possess, desiring this man's art and that man's scope with what I most enjoy, content at least. Yet in these thoughts myself almost despise, and happily I think on thee and bend my state, like to the lark at break of day arising. From sun and earth sings hymns at heaven's gate, for thy sweet love remembered such wealth brings, that then I scorn to change my state with kings. Shakespeare rapping right there. Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Or am I whispering? I pen this for you. Hope you listen in. Listen, sometimes I get distant, and in a quick instant, I find what I'm missing. You're the main reason why my head's above ground. Before I break down, here's my translation. Sometimes I feel alone in the zone, in my own sad state, just tearing, crying out my brain, cause I can't maintain. When I pray and complain, it's like nobody hears it. Being realistic, I can't deal with this. It's not how I vision my ideal living. How can I win when I always feel lost and off? How can I go on with these thoughts instead of pain and fortune, pain and misfortune? Why can't I be the guy with the front porch and good prospects and friends, a couple Porsches? I want it all, not just a portion. Staring in the mirror insane. Maybe if I listen to the mirror, it would be a little clearer. Are you hearing? No one shows sympathy. Looking at another who's blessed as an enemy. Envious staring at another man's ploy. Is satisfied with the things I usually enjoy. Why I feel like my life sucks when other people in the world full of hard luck. I'm losing my poise, I had no clue and nowhere to run until I found you. With the joy and love and grace you bring, I refuse to change my state with kings. But are they listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Or am I whispering? I penned this with you, hope you listen in. Listen, sometimes I get distant, and in a quick instant, I find what I'm missing. You're the main reason why my head's above ground. Before I break down, I have to break it down. Sonnet 29. So, Shakespeare, that one he's talking about his issues are falling on deaf ears, and he's complaining about, what's going on. Then in the middle of the sonnet, which is only 14 lines, he realized that his problems are like first world problems compared to other things that's going on. And he's thanking his subject for being, that shoulder lead on words of encouragement. And there was time. Everybody has a time when they're down and out and feel like there's nobody there. This didn't happen overnight. I didn't get my degree overnight. My quest to become a teacher didn't happen overnight, but luckily I had parents and friends and family that believed in me and kept me pushing. So Shakespeare's he's thanking this person like, thank you for listening, thank you for being that those ears I can vent out to. Everybody got that person, that parent, love, spouse, teacher, sonnet man for my students. Anybody that can that you can share your thoughts with and get some help and encouragement. So that was sort of what I thought about with sonnet 29. This next one, sonnet 17, that's one about believing in yourself. His words are so colorful, they fell on deaf ears. This is another one of his more famous sonnets, one of the more recognizable sonnets out of the 154. I might have to sing to this one. Ooh. Oh, I might do a call and response with y'all. Let's see who's gonna be with me. I might try that out. Sonnet 17, believe in yourself. I'm gonna see if y'all can do a call and response with me. Even the ones in the back waiting for coffee, y'all can do it with us, all right? Can everybody say, I believe it? That was all right. We're gonna try it one more time. Say, I believe it. Oh yeah, we're gonna start cooking today. I like it. We got people up there. Who would believe my verse in times to come if it were filled with your most high deserts? Though yet heaven knows love is but as a tomb which hides your life and shows not half your parts. If I could write the beauty in your eyes ended, fresh numbers number all your graces. The age to come would say this poet lies. Such heavenly touches near touch earthly faces. So share my papers, yellow with they age, be scorned like old men of less truth than tongue. And your true rights be turned to poet's rage and stretch meter of an antique song. But word some child of yours alive that time, you should be twice in it and in my rhyme. You should live twice in it and in my rhyme. If I wrote about how great you are and all the traits and all of your achievements, would they believe it? Let's see what they do with me. Who would believe my verse in time to come? Say, I believe it. Say, I believe it. Say, I believe it. Say, I believe it. Who would believe my description of the most beautiful vixen? With you in my vision, heaven knows the words written barely shows you. It's like a grave that keeps your talents hidden. If I could number all of your wonderful traits, I wonder if all the other poets would realize the reasons that I want you. Or would they call it fake like a toothache? People in the future would think this poet's lying. No human face has ever been so defined. And this way with my poems yellow with age, would be scorned like old men with nothing to say. If they talk too much, but they facts so wrong. Like a false verse taken from an old song, they would think I'm a crazy man yelling with rage and treat all your qualities as false prophecies. If we were to have a child one day, that would help prove the image I was trying to display. You'll be doubly alive in your child's eyes and inside my rhymes. If I wrote about how great you are and all the traits and all of your achievements, would they believe it? Who would believe my verse in time to come? Say, I believe it. Say, I believe it. Say, I believe it. Say, I believe it. Who would believe my verse in time to come? Once y'all start singing with me, I become my sonneteers. Y'all know that, right? Thank y'all. So yeah, that one, Shakespeare, again, luckily I had people that was helping me out. And then, just my confidence in writing and my passion to become a teacher, believing in myself, I didn't give up, getting that degree, performing and doing music. And again, Shakespeare, his work didn't happen overnight, when he was, displaying, when he was trying to, audition his plays for higher ups, they were rejected at first, and he had to go and create the globe. You build it, they will come, right? So that story, that passion, sort of, I try to compare like my story to that, and that was his inspiration as well. And also, like I said, I had I'm gonna segue into some of these sonnets, but significant others that also are wonderful inspirations and can be encouragement. This next one, Shakespeare, these all love sonnets, and he always talk, they love despite how, what situations are going on or how somebody looks. I'm gonna do this next one. This is maybe my favorite sonnet just because, he's actually dissing other poets, but he's describing his, let's just say this is his boo, okay? You might, this is sonnet 130. I know in some areas, some different eras, this term today we have mistress has a different meaning, but this is like a nickname for back in the days. Is there a name y'all have for significant others here? Like in New York, we say like wifey. Is bae still a thing? I don't know. I'm getting up there in age. Boo, huggy bear, whatever. So sonnet 130, he's describing his love. Let's just say she's not a 10, all right? But she still loves her, all right? I like Shakespeare. He's my, he's given me a wonderful career. Shakespeare's not a 10. Let's just say, 2 5s, they make a 10 together. So this one right here is sonnet 130. And this one has 3 verses in it. I actually was writing this as if I wanted to write this for my boo and, not get kicked over the couch or something like that, So, and the third one, I like to teach some alliteration. So you might hear some alliteration in the third verse. Ooh, got a little bass in this one. Anybody familiar with sonnet 130? Yes. My mistress' eyes are nothing like the sun. Coral is far more red than her lips red. If snow be white, why did her breast it done? If hairs be wires, black wires grow on the head. I have seen roses damn as red and white, but no such roses see I in her cheeks. And in some perfumes is there more delight than in the breath that from my mistress breathes. I love to hear her speak, yet well I know that music have the far more pleasing sound. I grant I never saw a goddess go. My mistress, when she walks, treads on the ground. And yet, by heaven, I think my love as rare as any she belied with false compare. And yet, by heaven, I think my love as rare as any she belied with false compare. I'm always thinking about her. Can I speak about her? I can't be without her. I can't breathe without her. I'm not myself. I cannot be me without her. I feel sick without her. I can't live without her. I'm always thinking about her. Can I speak about her? I can't be without her. I can't breathe without her. I'm not myself. I cannot be me without her. I feel sick without her. My mistress, Mrs. Eliminate my stress. The list is endless. The reason she's my best. Her personality fits perfect with my mindset unconditionally. Her loving is priceless, while mine is infinite. Our love is limitless. She got a pretty face, got a few blemishes. Beauty walk movie star under the surface. She's worth it. It's the flaws that make her perfect. When she speaks, I know music has a sweeter tone. Sometimes she smells like she wants to be alone. It's me and her alone. She doesn't have the glow, but every time I vision her, I write another ode. My mistress, misunderstood, misrepresented. The total package, the girl is heaven sent. She's never misleading. Take me out my misery. My mistress, my love for her is not a mystery. I'm always thinking about her. Can I speak about her? I can't be without her. I can't breathe without her. I'm not myself. I cannot be me without her. I feel sick without her. I can't live without my. I'm always thinking about her. Can I speak about her? I can't be without her. I can't breathe without her. I'm not myself. I cannot be me without her. I feel sick without her. I can't live without my mistress. That's why I break it down. Gotta have some more reasons why I love my boo, right? My mistress, me, I am her mister, and she is my missus. When she's gone, I miss her. Make no mistakes with her, there are no mistrust or miscues with us. You can't misplace this love. I am on a mission to give her what she's missing. No misprint, listen, I've gone the distance with my mistress thus far. That's cause she's never misused my heart. My mistress, we might be a mismatch, but when together with her there are no mishaps. A couple misfits passed and thought she was misfortune. Fitting that I picked my fortune while they missed on it. In the foreign eye, she seems disorganized. The public is quick to misjudge, and I get emotional when I talk about my missy. I'm not tearing, I just get a little misty. I'm always thinking about her. Can I speak about her? I can't be without her. I can't breathe without her. I'm not myself. I cannot be me without her. I feel sick without her. I can't live without my M-I-S-T-R-E-S-S. Clear my S-T-R-E-S-S. M-I-N love Y-E-S. M-I-N love Y-E-S. My M-I-S-T-R-E-S-S. Clear my S-T-R-E-S-S. M-I-N love Y-E-S. M-I-N love Y-E-S. Sonnet 130. Nobody's perfect. That's what that meaning is right there. In addition to some of his sonnets, well, I'm gonna save that for my interlude. But again, luckily I've had, lots of great friends and family, spouses that helped spouse. I'm not like Shakespeare. That was very encouraging and kept me on the right path to keep doing this. But I'm gonna do a little interlude because even in addition, luckily these were just for education purposes. I've been asked to create sonnets for theater and for plays. This sonnet I actually wrote for a dance theater company. Not one of his more famous sonnets, but another recognizable one. Just saying, Shakespeare. This one right here, he was like, he created this metaphor like, you have the key to my heart, and I don't want to like overuse this love. And he's trying to like preserve this love. Basically, saying he doesn't want to get tired of this. I'm not saying that anybody that's been together for like 5 months, 20 years, y'all obviously with each other. You're not tired of each other. But Shakespeare was like, sometimes I need a little break. Sometimes you might need a break from me. I tell my partner, aren't you happy that I take breaks and I travel all the time? You can't get sick of me, Come back, you miss me. So this one right here is Sonnet 52. Sorry, DJ Press Play messed up. One of my new sonnets that I recorded. Since the Sonnetfest was when I was actually inspired to do this new one. First time I actually performed it, not with a whole bunch of dancers around me. The key to my heart, I value your worth. Even when we are apart, you will always come first. I tried to resist using you too much because all of this would lose its touch, but you will always come first. Sonnet 52. So am I as the rich whose blessed king can bring him to his sweet uplocked treasure, the which he will not every hour survey for blunt and the fine point of seldom pleasure. Therefore our feast so solemn and so rare, since seldom coming in the long years set like stones of worth they thinly place are on captain jewels of the carcanet. So as the time that keeps you as my chest, or as that the world does hard to make some more special in prison press to his imprisoned pride. Blessed are you whose worthiness gives scope, being had the triumph, being lacked the hope. Blessed are you whose worthiness gives scope, being had the triumph, being lack of hope. The key to my heart, I value your word. Even when we are apart, you will always come first. You will always come first. I tried to resist using you too much because all of this will lose its touch, but You will always come first. Too much of a good thing's a bad thing. I'm like a rich man, blessed beyond measure, with the key to this wonderful treasure. I try to open it up at times to admire it, but not every hour, cause then I get tired of it. That's why holiday feasts are so rare. Spread it around all across the year. Spread it around like jewels of a crown. Those special gems are like you, my dear. I don't mind the time that we spend apart when you are the treasure chest dear to my heart. Or like the closet which hides my favorite outfit. It's always special every time we hang out. This message is for you. I value your word. Even when we are apart, you will always come first. Those that hang with you express their joy openly, and those that won't be with you all hope to be. The key to my heart, I value your word. Even when we are apart, you will always come first. You will always come first. I try to resist using you too much because all of this will lose its touch, but you will always come first. Too much of a good thing is a bad thing. Sonnet 52. So there was a time when I actually was, well, when I first started doing these songs, it was for like entertainment purposes. It was a business deal, I'll be honest. I needed money. And you know, I was actually going and help out some students with Othello. And when I went in, I first, again, you know, I have a math degree because when I was in college, I started off, had an English minor. First day, my syllabus, they was like, you're gonna get 2 Shakespeare books. So I immediately went to my my advisor. I said, I'm not doing this. Computer science and math. Avoided Shakespeare for 4 years. But then when I got out, I was asked, you know, I was working for a company called Vocabulary, and a teacher came and asked me, she said, you know, I have these students that I think you can be inspiration. I think you can make this interesting. If they don't read this book, if they don't pass this test, they're not gonna graduate. She said, I got this. And then 3 days before, she gives me the book, it's Othello. Oh. So, you know, I began reading it, and I noticed even though, you know, Othello wasn't like the gold mine that is the sonnets, it had a rhythm to it. And it was like wonderful, like literary devices in his work. And a friend and I, we just went and just began reading the, you know, scene 1. We started reading Act 1, Scene 1. And my students from Brooklyn, who, you know, I love them, no filter, they just like to have fun. They began making a beat under, you know, what we were doing. They actually heard the rhythm with the cadence when we were saying things. And you know, a lot of Shakespeare scenes in the couplets. They were understanding different metaphors, and then we began doing different translations just to give them an understanding. We actually played one of my favorite movies was this movie called O, which is a high school version of Othello, starring I believe Makai Pfeiffer and Julia Stiles. So we would play them scenes, and then we would do little translations. A 2-hour presentation. We got no applause. One student said, we could write a better rhyme than that. We said, okay, go write a better rhyme. But the whole thing was for them to garner interest. They actually brought home a thesaurus, brought home the book, and the teacher began asking us to come up with different activities for them. And that was the beginning of you know, working with Shakespeare. And then a guy named R.G. Shaw, he had this idea, you know, he heard about me rapping Shakespeare for like a couple weeks at this school, and he was looking for somebody to present Shakespeare in a, you know, different way in music. He was trying, you know, poets, soul singers, jazz, and he heard about somebody that rapped Shakespeare, and that was the first time that I actually saw these wonderful sonnets. And it started as an entertainment part, but then I would get a lot of teachers that come to our shows in New York, and then, you know, still needing money. Teachers would come up and say, hey, can you, you know, work on this play, work on that play? I was like, yeah, sure. So then I just began reading different plays, even though I did not know it. So the first non-sonnet I got to work with was Hamlet. To be and not to be, that is the question. So, and that one, yeah, from that one, that is like my most recognizable piece. I got a couple other songs that are recognizable that actually is now being used in different curriculums for schools in anywhere from Chicago to LA to Brooklyn. And this one, there was a time right before I began working the Sonnet Man, I was at a time, my place was like, you know what, this degree is never gonna come, I'm probably not gonna teach. I'm gonna try something else. And luckily I bumped into my friend RG. So this is sort of like the fork in the road that I was at. I was not in the same mind state that Hamlet was in, if you know that part, from to be or not to be. I was not going off the deep end like that, but career-wise, I was like, I don't know, I gotta make this decision. I don't know if I stop pursuing teaching, what's going to happen. So the fear of unknown was there. Yeah. So that is with my connection with this piece, Hamlet. Let me get a little bluesy here, just to let y'all know that. Might get a little bluesy here. Anybody familiar with Hamlet? Of course, my Shakespeareans are. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of troubles and by opposing end them. To die, to sleep no more, and by a sleep to save me in the heartache and 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is into. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death where dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of unworthy takes, where he himself might his quietus make with the bare bargain. Who would follows bear to grunt and sweat under a weary light, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose born no traveler returns, puzzles the will and makes us rather face those ills we have than fly to ones we know not of. Thus, conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sickly o'er with the pale cast of thought. An enterprise of great picture moment with disregards the currents turn awry and lose the name of action. Hamlet, I don't know what to do. Told you I'm gonna get bluesy in here. I don't know what to do. Ooh, that's for y'all. I don't know what to do. Ooh. Indecisions, my intuition is my breakdown. To live or die, that is the question. One is good, the other is depressing. Is it nobler to suffer the bad things thrown your way or fight against your troubles by simply putting an end to them all? Fix it all before taking a fall. Dying, sleeping, that's all dying is. A sleep that ends the heartache that life gives. Alive for that reason, I strive for achievement. To die for sleep, to sleep just for dreaming. But there's a catch. In death sleep, who knows what dreams might be attached? And if they get attached, it's a reminder on how reality could find us after we put this morality behind us. That's something to worry about. Those thoughts that make us stretch our sufferings out to the point of thinking death is coming around. Stressing on something I know nothing about. Who would put up with all of life's embarrassments? The abuse from superiors and management. The disrespect from men with arrogance. the pangs of a love unanswered, the incompetence of the law, the lack of courtesy of people in the office, and the gall good people take from all. Would you take your knife out and call it quits? Who would choose to let loose and sweat through a life worn down unless something dreadful after death makes the thought of fear emerge? The undiscovered town with no visible returns. I wonder, without getting answers, it puzzles the will. Rather stick to the evils I have than fly to ones that I know not of. The fear of death that makes us all cowards. Think about it too much till it attacks your mind till you become weak. It's natural. His actions of importance and substance phase and lose the name of action. Hamlet, I don't know what to do. Ooh. Yeah, I gave you a short version. Because I get very bluesy and start singing a lot. I didn't want to vent out, turn this to a real R&B album out here. So, sorry about that. It's okay, I'm gonna finish that. It's official order. So this next one I'm gonna do is actually sort of like a Hamlet remix. Everybody know what happened. 2020 was just crazy. Let's just know that. And while I was in my room and everything that was happening, began just redoing these sonnets. And sonnet 66. In Hamlet, he's talking about just the social injustices that was going on, in that world in Denmark, and then everything that was happening in 2020. I was began reading Sonnet 66 and just breaking it down. This one he could have wrote that year, like it fits perfect with 2020, and it actually reminds me of Marvin Gaye, Makes Me Want to Holler. This one, so. This is another one that is, part of my new. I have about different pockets of different groups of sonnets. This is another one that he's actually he's talking about everything that's happening, the injustices that was going on in his time, and he's actually just ready to just like give up on life. These things. He's like, if it's not for you, if it wasn't for you, if it wasn't for these the people that's around, I'd probably give up. And I probably, move or take off. And that's sort of what I felt in 2020. I was ready to go to Canada, I was ready to get out of Brooklyn. But, with my mother and brothers, my niece, family, that I think, that we were all supportive of each other. It was like, y'all are the reason why I'm still here. Y'all are the reason why I'm, not giving up on this, on, my students who I was teaching virtually. Didn't want to give up on them because there's a lot of turnover, and I don't know how it is in Indiana, Brooklyn. There's a lot of turnover in teachers. So just staying in that field and trying to still be supportive of the students that I've been working with for years. That's what this sonnet was about. This is what this sonnet reminds me of. So this one right here is Sonnet 66. A little bit. Tired with all these, for restful death I cry, as to behold desert a beggar born and needy nothing, trimmed in jollity and purest faith unhappily forsworn, and gilded honor shamefully misplaced, and maiden virtue rudely strumpeted, and right perfection wrongfully disgraced, and swayed disabled and art made tongue-tied by authority, and folly doctor-like controlling skill, and simple truth miscalled simplicity, and captain good attending captain ill. Tired of all these, for these would I be gone. Say that to die, I leave my love alone. I would never leave you alone. But I would never leave you alone. Love, I would never leave you alone. This life, or what you call it, I'm tired of all of it. Mourning another morning of hell for the moralist. The price wasting my life away, I can't afford it. even disconnected, it still strikes a chord, puncturing the soul, lighting the fire, leaving my cord ruptured from corruption. Can't function in this poor production. Deconstructing, I even formed a list on my desire about why I want to forfeit. Instead of crying, dying inside, trying to call it, I'd rather retire and expire from all of it and call it quits from this torturous whirlwind world of hurt from the poor and misfortunate with those deserving for it. The attire of servants while the worthless get served with diamonds and purses. Where we take the vows that's sacred and break them. Dignity and honors forsaken, mistaken for something devilish. Good fellas label felonious, the pure and celibate get forced to selling their bits. How weary of authority at war with the inferior, in fear of the theory of us forming to superior parties through partnership. They rather see us parted, blocking out our messages. Censoring the artists, they have us tongue-tied. Why should I even bother? The world favors ignorance while degrading the scholar. The ways people brains get swayed for $1. I gotta give it up. This makes me wanna holler. With all that transpired, man, I'm tired of all of it. I'm unwired and uninspired to move forward. If this damage would end, I cannot pretend that I would not miss all of my family, my friends. I would never leave you alone, but I would never leave you alone. I would never leave you alone. And I had a little remix. This life we see means a lot to me, but it's not for me. To be or not to be, that is the question for the globe. I wonder, after secession, is it to suffer the slings and bad things in life I had enough of? Should I take it out and feed to these troubles, or take arms since the seed of troubles and enter into it? I don't need this struggle and heartache. I dream of escaping this dark place, but if it wasn't for you, I would leave this bubble. I would be remiss that I didn't dish out. I was taught life was a gift. I should be proud to exist, but given the temptation of switching situations, that's a consummation devoutly to be wished. I dream to be at peace, but there is the rub when rested in pieces, where dreams may come, where this mortal coil pour on this poor old soul. Dirty tricks on my shoulders, how can I brush it off? I cannot let it off, it has freaking this cause. I'd rather uncoil, detour to shuffle off. If I shuffle off, was it really your loss? Cause when I hunt for more, I'm always coming up short. Wasn't spoon-fed, just stuck at the fork. This food for thought, it must give us pause. Another day, same rhyme. The past and the present feels like the same time. The road to society was meant to take lives. If this world's a stage, I need to take 5 from bearing up with sin, scorns, and time, and stress from oppressors with wrong in mind. The proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the laws delayed on display. I must say, when I listen to the words from Shakespeare, without any delay, it still works today. It spurns that patient of unworthy takes when I myself, my quietus make with the bare bargain because I might just break. Who would choose to wear this plight, this weary life, the grunt and sweat under despair and strife, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered town where no travelers has left a new life. If I try it, will I have regrets? It puzzles the will, just like Hamlet. I'd rather face those ills I have with you than just fly the ones I know not of. I guess I'm a coward. I had a different beat from that, but it worked out. That one of my favorite songs that group was Makes Me Wanna Holler. And Shakespeare, he definitely was banned, even though these are all love sonnets, that was the one that he was banned. And he was like, it wasn't for you, since you're still here, I'm gonna keep on going, I'm gonna fight this fight with you. So what we was doing, there, we was fighting with each other, going through that. I get back to a happier place, I'm sorry about that. This one, his most famous sonnet, and when I first met RG, he gave me these sonnets. Like, these are amazing. I could rap these. These are good. I was like, can I translate them? I don't just be rapping his stuff. He didn't even rap them. he wrote them. But I was like, I could rap these, but can I translate them? And this is the first one that I did. This was like when I was reading them, this was the only one that I actually, recognized, the one that was taught to me in high school. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? You know that one, right? That's like the perfect pickup line for today. Do you think it would work? It doesn't work in UK anymore, but I think it might work here. So yeah, this one is the first one I ever worked with, and has a wonderful. Could y'all help me out with the chorus if I gave you the chorus? Yes, this is for the people that's watching in the Drumbletron. I want them to listen. Remember, y'all became my sonneteers already. So yeah, so it's 4 lines. It gets repeated, and I'm gonna apologize right now. It sort of gets stuck in your head for like a couple of weeks. I'm just gonna apologize early. But 4 lines, it gets repeated. We're going to give it a try. Can y'all repeat after me? Can everybody say, come and be my sunny day? That sounded good. We're gonna do that one more time. I like that. Come and be my sunny day. You can chase my clouds away. I'll be with you every day. Come on, baby, let's fly away. Good. So now we do it one more time. You know when you hum and you say like 1 word, 2 words, day. I think if we all do it together, we'll eventually get the whole chorus, okay? Come and be my sunny day. You can chase my clouds away. I'll be with you every day. Come on, baby, let's fly away. That sounds way better than me. Thank y'all, my sonneteers. I'm take y'all on tour with me. This one right here is Sonnet 18.
Shall I compare thee? Shall I compare thee? Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May. The summer's leaves have all too short a day. Sometimes too hot the eye of heaven shines. And northerness is gold complexion dim. And every fear from fear sometimes declines. By chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. With thy eternal summer shall not fade. No lose possession of that fear thou owest. Nor shall them brag thou wanderest in his shade. When in eternal lines time thou growest. So long as they can breathe or eyes can see. So long lives this, and this gives light to thee. Sonnet 18. You ready to help me out? Here we go. Come and be my sunny day. You can chase my clouds away. I'll be with you every day. Come on, baby, let's. One more time, please. Come and be my sunny day. You can chase my clouds away. I'll be with you every day. Come on, baby, let's fly away. You remind me of the weather in the middle of June. So nice, no clouds in the sky. It always seems like summer's ending too soon. So my limited time, I want to spend it with you. Every good thing ends. I'm gonna pretend that your godly skin won't be gone with the wind. The forces of nature could change you, transform an angel to a complete stranger. In hindsight, your beauty helps my eyesight. So I write insights about your highlights. It's written in stone, so no one can rewrite. Please come and be my sunny delight. You're the perfect memory I don't want to throw away. I write about your beauty so it never goes away. My love is immortal, my thoughts are eternal. Your looks are forever, I wrote it in my journal. Come and be my sunny day. You can chase my clouds away. Thank you, I'll be with you every day. Come on, baby, let's fly away. Come and be my sunny day. You can chase my clouds away. I'll be with you every day. Yeah, keep dancing, I like it. Line for line. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? I write about you cause you're always on my mind. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? You shine bright like the third eye in the sky. Sometimes too hot the eye of heaven shines. We could form a bond so hot, you and I. Sometimes too hot, the eye of heaven shines. Now I got you, I see love is not blind. Thy eternal summer shall not fade. Stay hot forever when we are together. Thy eternal summer shall not fade. It shall stay the same like it was the first day. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see. As long as I'm living and men have vision. So long lives this, and this gives life to thee. Sonnet 18. Come and be my sunny day. You can chase my clouds away. I'll be with you every day. Come on, baby, let's fly away. Come and be my sunny day. You can chase my clouds away. I'll be with you every day. Come on, baby, let's fly away. Sonnet 18. So, my love for math, my love for rap is what connected me with Shakespeare. Even though was not a fan, he gave me my only blemish in high school. But the fact that it's so crazy that to avoid him for all this time, and now he got me here in Notre Dame. Brought me to Prague, got me writing and directing and doing all this wonderful work in education, and the fact that he has 154 sonnets and 38 plays, my work is never done. So thank you, William, for that career. Going to end this song with another one of his more famous sonnets. The cool thing I like about the sonnet is the fact that it has this cadence, has this every sonnet is written in iambic pentameter, with the exception of three of them. One has 12 lines, one has 15 lines, which are not sonnets. But and then there's one that is written in iambic tetrameter. Each line has 8 syllables. But the fact that he recognized these, he was conscious about the number of syllables and the rhythm, and using his own slang to connect to his community. That connected me to my love of hip hop, my love of math, and I'm so happy to bring y'all this, and hopefully this gave y'all put Shakespeare in a whole new light. I rap because I mean we all can sing, but who can sing well? You know what I'm saying? Usher sings well. I just sing. So this last one I'm gonna do was the one I actually had it on a whole nother beat, but the fact that each line's in iambic pentameter, I have this in like different versions of a song. Like I have a more up tempo beat, but I was like, this is a more intimate setting, so put it on this wonderful jazzy beat written that was created by this violinist Mary Ben-Ari, called the key of E. But this is Sonnet 116, another one of his more famous sonnets. I was trying to do the more recognizable ones out of the 154 sonnets. But this one right here, actually, this reminds me of like a meme, not a meme. It reminds me of this comic that I saw a long time ago. It's like an elderly couple. I guess they were together for years, and I guess they were like mad at each other, and they're sitting on the opposite sides of the bench, and they're not talking, but it's raining, and the husband's holding the umbrella for his love, but he's not talking. He's just like mad. So this one, 116, reminds me of this one. I be thinking about that with like my siblings and my friends and all that. Sometimes I hate you, but I still love you. So. I meant hate in not, sometimes you do something to upset me, but the love is still there, unconditional love. So this one right here is Sonnet 116. Let me not to the marriage of true minds have been impediments.
Love is not love, which alters when an alteration finds or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, it isn't ever fixing mark that looks on tempest and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark whose work's unknown, although its height be taken. Love's not time's full, though rosy lips and cheeks with vendors sickles compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be ever in upon me prove, I never read, nor no man ever loved. Nah, no man ever loved. So beautiful, so electrifying. This my element. I call it clever rhyming. I hope you never change. You death-defying. I hope you never change. You death-defying. So beautiful, so electrifying. This my element. I call it clever rhyming. Let me not to the marriage of true minds have been impediments. Love is not love. I sound repetitive, but I said impediments, flaws, negatives. Y'all get settled in. This is a lesson on a person's affections. Don't hold your breath when searching for perfection. And when selecting the person or the thing you love, be prepared for rejection. See, love is the light that will lead you to the shore. It will lead you with hope and keep you afloat. Love is blind. See what you find without a compass. Open your mind and see what you can get accomplished. It's a timeless pleasure, unmeasured. Stay in the boat, I bet you will find a treasure. Stay in the boat, I bet you will find a treasure. It's a must to adjust and get accustomed to your love, because within it changes due in the test of time. Don't let it change your views, don't let it change you, don't let it change you. Real love bears it out even to the end. If these words were false, I will never write again. Real love bears it out even to the end. If these words were false, I will never write again. I will never write again. So beautiful, so electrifying. This my element. I call it clever rhyming. I hope you etiquette, but yet it's death-defying. I hope you never change. I hope you never change. So beautiful, so electrifying. This my element. I call it clever rhyming. I keep it etiquette, but yet it's death-defying. I know you're hearing it. I know you're hearing it. Sonnet 116.
Once again, my name is Devon Glover from Brooklyn, New York, and I rap and teach Shakespeare. I make Shakespeare sound cool. Hopefully Shakespeare sound cool. Now when you see here Shakespeare, think of hip hop. When you hear hip hop, think of Shakespeare. He's inspired a lot of wonderful MCs that I grew up listening to, from Nas to Jay-Z to Wu-Tang. All have Shakespeare references. Eminem, his cadence and his storytelling can be, and his insults. Shakespeare can insult with the best of them. LL Cool J, Drake. Before there was a Drake, there was Shake with a whole bunch of love sonnets and love songs. So there's wonderful, all these connections that I have with them. Yeah, I think we are done. Unless there's any questions, I would love to answer any questions. I have a song or two. Oh, we're good. I think I answered them all. Shakespeare answered them all with sonnets. Thank y'all, Shakespeare, Notre Dame, for bringing me in. I've had this on the bucket list for years. I'm happy that I've got to rock with y'all. Happy to perform in Indiana. And yeah, I have music videos for some of these sonnets. Sonnet 109, Sonnet 16, no, Sonnet 18, Sonnet 130, Hamlet, I believe the Tempest as well, Full Fathom 5. Have remixes to some of the plays that I've written, Othello. If you just check out Sonnet Man or the Sonnet Man TV. And if anybody ever have a question or want some any teachers in here that would like any tips on integrating, arts and how to make Shakespeare cool, hit me up. I would love to help out. Thank y'all. Peace and love. Shakespeare's hip hop.
Thank you, Devon Glover, the Sonnet Man. And this officially concludes Sonnetfest 2024. We're so thankful for your support over these last many hours. And please stay tuned to not only just sonnetman.com, but also shakespeare.nd.edu. We got lots of fun stuff coming up, including season announcements and all kinds of news and info on shakespeare.nd.edu. Thanks so much, and for this event, we'll see you again next year.